Hello, hello, hello. How you doing tonight? God bless. Joe, first one in tonight at PG. What I got from it was Allie's best friend laid his hands on H, and so H told A, and he was mad. Yeah, it was Allie's best friend's boyfriend that actually laid hands on H, right? um, Melody, number two. How you doing tonight, sweetie? Hey, PG. God bless. God bless you, girl. Hello, Fonda. She says, hey, PG in chat. Hey, back to you. And Melody, number two. Fonda, number three in tonight. Yes. Wisconsin Mama. Did I get second? Girl, you didn't even get third. All right. You didn't even get in third. You're fourth place. And Wisconsin Mama, number four. All right. You cracked me up, girl. Oh, shit. How you doing tonight, cool gamer? And Annie, how you doing, sweetie? Says, hey, at Prayer Garden of America. Hey to you, girl. How you doing, Deputy Chef? Sheriff, Deputy Chef. Okay, I ate too many brownies, right? I done ate too many. I done ate too many brownies. Oh, damn. Hello, PG in chat. Hello to you, Deputy Sheriff. How you doing tonight? Oh, damn. How you doing, Lisa? Says, hey, y'all. Hey to you, girl. How you doing tonight? God bless. How you doing, looking beyond? Hello, everyone. Hello to you. Hello to you. Oh, Lord. How you doing? Here for it. Absolutely. It says, hey, PG. I like that. Here for it. Absolutely. God bless. So I hope everyone's had a good weekend. I wasn't in here yesterday. Start of the week. Forget about it, right? I don't do Mondays. PG, was it Wisconsin Mama that did that to you? He cracked me up, Wisconsin Mama. Yeah, PG's been in the brownies, that's for sure. Hand purple blue place, hand purple blue. Oh no. I'm sad to say, here for it, I sure did. I sure did. I seen Andrew. He like, Hannah, you need to call the popo. Right? That's all I could tell him. Call the popo. I know he don't like popo, but he gotta call popo, right? Yeah. He like swift to get that 911, right? Oh shit. Yeah. They cracked me up. The joke's on her because you're taking the pillows. That is hilarious to be sure. Yeah. I'd rather have my pillow than the cover, right? Oh shit, gotta have someplace to lay your head. That Deputy Sheriff is funny. Absolutely funny. You'll be cold. Wisconsin Mama had to remind us of that, right? That's Benny's pillow. He's probably still hugging it, right? He's probably still hugging it. That was some funny stuff. That was dirty. Right? He was heading back to Texas with that pillow. They caught him riding dirty. All right. Oh shit. That is funny stuff, man. Got him riding dirty. Busy pillow. That was funny as hell. Oh shit. I cannot start thinking about Benny tonight. Absolutely not. Yeah. I tell you what's funny as hell is when Candace was laughing about it, right? She was cracking up. I don't think anything's funnier than seeing that. She was rolling. Cracks me up. Hello, Tammy. How are you doing tonight, sweetie? Yeah, Benny and Candace sitting in a tree. I just need to shut up right now. Just need to shut up. What do I think of Dolly coming to Tennessee? You know, Dolly's a big boy. He's been to Tennessee before, right? I think he's been down there before, poking around. Matter of fact, I know he was. I absolutely know he was down there. Remember, he was pulling that big old blanket or rug or something off the dirt. His video, he missed the scariest part. So this ain't nothing new to Dolly. He says pillow instead of hello. That's true. That is funny. That is hilarious. Oh shoot. Dolly's only going to Tennessee to see if Candace has a spare pillow. Oh. He can have the new one. He can have the new and improved one, and the one that actually keeps your butt cool in the winter, in the summer, and warm in the winter. She got the new. She's got the new and improved pillow, right? Cool to the touch. Dolly might like that. I don't know. I can't speak for him. I know Benny won't let go of his. That's funny stuff. Oh wow, yeah, that Idaho case. Oh, the Idaho case is like wow. It's absolutely mind blowing, right? I mean, like DM DM was supposed to be asleep, right? The two that made it supposed to have been, you know, um, counting sheep and went off to dreamland, right? And then we find out no, actually DM was up playing on TikTok. That's what got her caught, right? That's what got her busted because they pinged all the phones, right? And found out that oops, they weren't all asleep. She was up on TikTok. Police went back speaking to her. Mm-hmm. And yeah. And then she admitted that yes, she was up and she heard, some whimpering, and she heard the someone saying, "Don't worry, I'll get you help." And then she said that, like, she opened the door 3 times, right? And then, like, the last time she opened it, she sees some guy go past her, all dressed in black with a face mask on, right? And slams the door, locks it, and I guess from what she says, hightailed it to the bed, jumped under the covers, and didn't call police for like, was it 8 or 11 hours? I think it's like 8 hours later. And in the meantime, the guy with the mask supposedly came back at 9 o'clock, sitting outside the house, right? I mean, hell, he had time to do it again, right? Before they called police. So I don't know. I mean, that's insane. Okay. Lisa. In here, in here, I don't know. She's already did it. Might want to get you one of them pillows, right? 1995. 1995. Hit up Wisconsin Mama. She's selling them. Benny's picture on it and everything. Right? You get a picture of Benny and everything. I'm here 1995 and no taxes, right? Wisconsin mama, Wisconsin mama ships them from. She ships them from one of them states where you don't have to pay taxes, right? Yeah, the pee-pee pillow coming to a store near you. Yeah, that's the truth. Does the pillowcase extra, or does it come scented? I don't know. Wisconsin mama have to answer those questions. It was probably one of them scratch and sniff, right? Probably one of those scratch and sniff pillowcases. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord. Child of God. It's good to see you, hon. Oh, crap. All right. Anyway, I come in. I come in tonight.
He got a hold of me.
This is Andrew. This is Andrew explaining about what happened with Hunter. Right? We're gonna listen to this.
He got a hold of me at 11:16 saying, hey,
he got
answer me, I need your help. And then he called me. I told my son, Bud, you got to call a cop, man. Like straight up, you got to call a cop. But you know, what else can I do? You got to call a cop, man. Your mom's just sitting there letting her friend's boyfriend put hands all over you. Dude, you got to call a cop, man. You got to get your mom's in trouble. You got to do the right thing. Call a fucking cop. You may not like cops. I don't like cops. But, bro, you got to do the right thing, my man. I love you to death, my son. But at times, you got to suck up your pride. I agree, Connie.
Andrew could explain that a little better, right? Putting his hands all over you. That just didn't sound right there, Andrew. that didn't sound right. I don't think he was putting hands like that, right?
I agree, but like I was saying, at times you got to suck up your pride and you got to call the cops to have them come help you out, man. I'm up here in New York, man. There ain't much I can do other than do what I would.
He's up in New York. Ain't much I could do. I don't think he could have did much down there, right? I mean, if that guy was throwing a big old boy like Hunter around, I don't think he had any problems with Andrew, right? Shit.
What you all just heard me do is all I can do. Sitting this far away, all I can do is what you all just heard me do. It's call in for a welfare check and then sit here and wait by my house phone for the cops to get a hold of me to let me know if my son's all right. To let me know what's going on.
Oh, come back up, Wisconsin mama.
No
I
parent
didn't see
should
you.
ever wake up to their child at 11:19 at night saying, I need your help. No parent should ever get that call. Get at that text. None.
So why didn't his dad call the cops?
Andrew did. Andrew did.
He did.
He did call law enforcement and send them out there, and he called Child Protective Services too, the emergency number, to get help for Hunter as well. But it was over PS5, right? And I guess what happened is I don't know if Allie pawned it or right. I don't know if she pawned it to feed her friends or, took it from me and put it away somewhere. I'm not sure what she did with it, but anyway, long story short, Hunter was wanting it, right?
Yeah.
And I guess he got a little,
pissed off,
violent, with Allie. I mean,
well,
pretty threatening with Allie, and that's why that guy took a hold of him, right?
Right.
I mean,
right.
Hunter's a teenager, and and that's what I'm saying. You don't teach your kids to have respect for other people, at some point they're not going to have no respect for you, you know? And
Right.
Allie's getting a backlash of not making her kids have respect, right? Kids need to have respect.
Right. And I mean, honestly, life hasn't been so good for Hunter. I mean, I'm sure he has a whole lot of resentment
Well,
towards
yeah.
his parents, and
Well,
and I'll tell you what, if somebody, you know what, I'd
I
be
think
pretty
I think
pissed off if
Hunter's had
somebody.
a pretty decent life because the pictures and so forth that I've even when they was in New York, um, and even when they got into Tennessee, the one thing I can say about Hunter and his siblings is they always seem to be dressed pretty nicely, right? I mean, they always have shoes on their feet, clothes on their back, coats, all phones. Um, they seem to, they don't look like they ever missed a meal. Allie has a pretty decent home they're living in. She goes to work all the time, right? I mean, she works at Walmart. She makes sure she gets there. And what I'm saying is, I don't think they had it that rough, right?
Wow.
I mean, I know kids has had it a lot worse. I think that the
Well,
problem with Allie's kids is they've had too much freedom, too much
well, there you have
outside
it.
influence.
There you have it, right there. I mean, Allie has been able to give her kids things and wear nice clothes, but has she been there for the emotional, you know, the emotional part? Giving kids things and having them have nice clothes and a PlayStation, that's not what kids need. They need guidance,
Exactly.
and I
Your time is more important to a child than anything else to that child,
yes,
right?
you need
They
to be a parent.
they would rather be in a park, in a park with you chasing them around and talking with them and playing with them and everything, right? Even if
Right.
it's playing baseball, kickball, football, anything, you know, it's your time. For young kids, for young kids, they look up to their parents, right? I mean, you're their everything
Yeah.
in the beginning, and they idolize you, and so you got to make sure that you're the perfect role model for these kids to be idolizing, right? Because you you have to be the person that you want them to be.
Exactly. Exactly. You're not their friend.
Hello,
You are their
always
parent.
L8. How are you, sweetie? Right. You're not their friend. You
No.
definitely are not their little friend. You are their parent. You have to. I don't think there's anything wrong, with loving and caring about your children. Absolutely not. There's nothing wrong with treating your children like, you know, little human beings, right? Because that's what they are. What I'm saying is, one day they're going to grow up and they're going to be looking at you as an adult, right?
Right. Right.
And when they grow up, you want to make sure that they're not looking at you hatefully or
Yes.
or the wrong way. I mean, you don't want them thinking. I mean, I think kids understand you have to work. They understand you have to work to pay the bills. They know this. um Kids are not stupid at all. They're far from it.
Right.
And kids also know that you know kids love to work as a unit. They really like teamwork, right? they
Hmm.
they feel the one thing every human wants to do is feel connected. They want to feel connected, right, and safe in life with people.
Right.
And kids are no different. Kids want, they love the we and not the me thing. Kids don't like to be shuffled off somewhere, sit in a corner, seen, not heard. They don't like that.
No.
Um, you have
I
to
mean,
spend time with your kids. It's
everybody.
important.
Everybody
Right.
wants to be included,
Right.
you know.
And,
And
what I'm saying is, everything in this life can be a job. If you want to make it a job, it's a job, you know, or it don't have to be. When my kids were littler, um, of course they couldn't, clean their room. I mean, cleaning a room was throwing everything in one corner, right?
or under the bed.
Yeah. Well, nothing else seemed to fit under the bed. They done got all that space was took.
Right.
But, the point being is, when they're little, it's fun. You could either make it hard and, a chore to clean that room, or you can make it fun. You could go in, and say, hey, let's everybody, I got an idea. Let's all pitch in and help each person clean their room, right?
Right.
And my kids used to love it because, we start with the youngest, right? The youngest room. And so you'd have people, somebody makes the bed, somebody wipes everything down, somebody runs a vacuum cleaner, right?
Oh yeah, 'cause
And in 5 minutes, it's pretty much done. And they love it because, during that you open the toy box up, and the boys absolutely love it because now they get to throw the toys from across the room like, basketball. And before you know it, you're having pillow fights, and somebody ended up, when you threw the blanket up in the air, they decided to jump on the bed and it came back down on them, right?
yeah.
Now everybody thinks they got a pop-up tent. It can be a lot of fun. It don't have to be a problem, right? It don't have to be a problem.
No.
And, and you can take breaks, a snack break or lunch break. Everybody run out, get McDonald's, take some, a breather, come back, finish it up. And this is what kids love because they're spending time, with the parent. You're getting to know them, they're getting to know you. It's a beautiful thing, believe it or not, and especially for the parent, because then the parent gets to know exactly what kind of kid they're dealing with, right? Even the Bible says a wise man knows their son, right? There you go. And I think a lot of parents don't know their children because they don't take time to know their children. They work, they come home, they have to clean, they have to cook, they have to look over homework, they, get the next day ready. It's a lot of work. And during all of this, the kids off playing game machines, computers, the parents they have no idea what that kid's doing or anything else because they're not focused, right? They're not focused. They're busy. And that kid just ends up finding that attention somewhere else. And usually that's a big mistake because now they're getting it from peers and getting in with the wrong crowds. And the next thing you know, you really don't know your kid then, right? And I don't think that, I don't think Allie got to know her kids. I don't think she, and I don't think she ever thought that, her son was going to get that big or that aggressive, right? Most parents think that when you're raising a son, he's going to protect you. He's going to be protecting you. Sometimes not. Sometimes, you raise that big old son and he's the one attacking you. So, I don't know. We lost Wisconsin Mama. Backstage eating the brownies again.
Well,
She's
I
back
wanted
there
to
eating
feel
the
like
rest of my
part
pan of
the
brownies.
family. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well, maybe I was eating a brownie or two. I mean, come on. It is what? Tuesday night.
Girl, I watched you actually put ice cream on top of yours.
Oh, I can't do ice cream. You didn't. Wasn't me that you seen do that.
Somebody else must be up here.
Oh no, I can't do dairy.
How you doing tonight? How you doing? Hello to you, sweetie. She's running. she run calling
No,
wildfire.
no. Let me read it for you.
She ran
She
calling
ran
wildfire.
calling wildfire.
You guys gotta excuse me. My shit is just a blur right now.
She's
about 5 minutes, I'm gonna be singing champagne. All right. Jingle a bell, jingle a bell.
Daisy's cowbell. Miss Daisy, you missing your cowbell? She's got it.
My eyes are just two slits.
Peachy. Oh man.
They
That's a
done
good
glassed
one.
over and everything else. Oh shit.
You might have to get out some of those eye drops. Sometimes it's just water helps too.
That's what that goody good does for you.
I hate to
Brownies
say
are
it, but I
coming,
think right
brownies
now
are
if she shut
coming.
the lights off, PG's eyes would probably glow red.
Yeah. I promise you, nobody has to worry about seeing the white of my eyes.
Okay, yeah. Everybody
They definitely are red.
everybody in the chat. Ronald, pass that brownie plate around.
Everybody wants that recipe.
I know. I know, like everybody wants the recipe, especially Ronald. I'm not giving him that recipe. No. I think it might be against the law if I gave you that recipe. And I'm a law-abiding citizen, Ronald. I'm a law-abiding citizen, so I cannot hand out that recipe.
Don't worry, Ronald. After calling Tennessee, I'm not so law-abiding anymore.
Tammy Fields wants to know how many fingers she's holding up.
I woke up singing freedom. Right. I'm gonna shoot down a highway doing it my way.
Heading into Tennessee. Yeah, you can do that and not get busted down.
From one end to the other.
Yeah.
I was like Dukes of Hazzard, baby.
And then when you opened the door, it was like cheek and chaw.
Yeah.
That smoke was just a pouring out. Oh man. You know, I think
Look like
if I went on a road trip with PG, I think it probably would be Cheek and Chong. Along with a little Thelma and Louise.
All the smoke going out the tailpipe.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, so Mayor, I don't know what's going on, Mayor, but prayers for you. Prayers for you and your family. Somebody said they got a recipe from the dispensary. I got a recipe from my head. I was just like making brownies one day and came up with a really good recipe, and I haven't changed it since. My husband says, "What's that stench in the house again?"
Debbie sure says one thing for sure, the car's going to break down. Yeah, you can always count on that shit, right?
Right, for sure.
You
For
can always
sure.
count on it. And
Oh,
then
you know, Pam, everything in Tennessee isn't horrible. I mean, Tennessee is actually a beautiful state. I mean,
and it's looking more beautiful.
yeah. I mean,
No
like,
law.
yeah,
No law.
no.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go to Nashville and just party like a rock star down there, and you know.
I'm gonna hang my hat in Tennessee. I hang my
Tingle
hat
Bar.
in Tennessee.
No, we haven't talked about it yet. We get those so calm. The hills have eyes. Yeah, I'm sure the hills do have eyes down in Ten. If you get like deep down into the hollers, I think that's probably where I'll be hollering from. I mean, I don't think I'd go deep into the hollers. No, I know. Not unless I had PG by my side. And KU and Ronald and whoever else wants to come with. I'm sure we need a whole group.
Just in Tennessee, just pull into the gas station, fill it up, and pull out. What's your emergency? Well, how come you're dumb enough to let someone do that, dumbass? Click. Right? That's your problem. That's law enforcement down there. What do you want us to do? Are they still there? No. Okay.
Okay, well, just, I'll
Go
sit
chase them
here.
yourself.
Yep. I'll watch out the window. I sit in my chair and see if they go by Main Street.
Go chase them yourself.
Chase them yourself. Well, I'd be afraid some people would do that.
That's what they tell you to do down here. Like,
yeah.
You want it done, get it done yourself.
Well, pretty much. Especially in a few counties down there. I can think of one county for sure, and that would be Hawkins.
Shoot, I've been putting in applications. Why not? I get paid
they
for
ain't
nothing.
gonna want you. You can't pass your piss test.
Down there, they ain't smart enough to give you one. That's the least of our worry.
Oh man.
We could eat brownies and answer the phone all day, right?
Yeah. Well, somebody be out there.
What's your emergency? I bet you didn't see that coming. I'd be falling over in my chair.
I know a town called Flynn. I know it here for it says I know a town called Flynn. They say Flynn, the city of sin. You never come out the way you went in. Yeah, that'd be pretty much like Hawkins County too. Wow. Wow.
They must have told that to Allie.
You're terrible.
That was me.
That was
Did I say that?
no. I didn't hear nothing. I might have to go back down and check.
Oh shit.
Shame on you.
Yeah. Shame on me. Shame on me.
I can't even see. I can't. My eyes are watering. Oh, my ribs.
One thing I can say. I'm trying to get it together here.
Yeah.
One thing I can say for Tennessee. One thing I can say for Tennessee.
Say it a third time.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at me.
I'll shut up.
I'm trying to get my shit together. That is a pretty state. I don't care where you go down there. It is beautiful. It is
beautiful.
absolutely a beautiful state. And man, they got one of the most beautiful skies I think I've ever seen, right? But
oh yeah. I've been to Gatlinburg and Nashville, and I've been to Nashville twice, and I mean, like Elvis. Elvis is where it is. No, I can't stand Elvis. But it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Yeah. If you haven't been, go. Just don't go into Hawkins County.
Yeah.
Stay away from Hawkins County.
Steer clear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Kingsport.
Yeah, and Kingsport.
Sullivan County.
Yeah.
I've been on the phone with my realtor trying to get me a place down there. Especially Sullivan, right?
That is a good one.
You guys love that place. Law enforcement definitely put you to work.
Yeah. It is beautiful down there though. It is. And I'm kind of trying to read the chat a little bit. So
I'll pass. My sky is good enough. That's the truth. Got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Right? That's all we need.
Yeah, definitely.
How you doing, nature lover? It's good to see you, hon. Yeah, but what do you think? I mean,
what do I think about what?
I can't take sides. I mean, I like to take Hunter's side, right?
Hunter.
I really would.
This is just my opinion. Okay?
I mean,
he's been through a lot.
Exactly. I mean, I hate to say this, but I mean, I would hope I don't ever have to open a can of whoop ass on my kid, right? But if anybody's going to open a can of whoop ass, it's not going to be somebody, what I'm saying is if someone's at my home, I don't even care if it's my, like my kid's uncle, for instance. my own family. What I'm
Mhm.
saying is, you know, it's an A and B conversation between me and my kid. They need to see their way out, right? What I'm trying to say is, if my kid, hopefully it don't ever do it, but if it was to, get a little mouthy, I don't think they'd have to do anything anyway. I mean, that's one of those, I brought you into the world, right? I brought you into this world. Don't even go there with me, right?
Right.
Don't go there with me. I'm all about respect, and no, but somebody else tried to open a can of whoop ass on my kid, you're gonna have problems. I mean, you're definitely gonna be finding a new place to stay, right?
Oh yeah,
You're
definitely. Definitely.
I mean, my kid ain't the one going to be leaving, for sure. Regardless,
So
you know
so
how bad the kid is. I mean,
so
you know,
she got rid of the PlayStation, and Hunter was mad at his mom. And then he went after her, and then the boyfriend stepped in. Did he like grab him off him, or did he start hitting on him?
I think that Hunter got verbally abusive and possibly physically abusive with his mother, and this guy, from my understandings, kind of whooped his ass, right?
Oh.
Whooped his ass for him. You know,
And
and
so
I
then,
think that's why Hunter didn't call the police, is because he knew the situation, and the police ain't going to side with some big old boy attacking his mom, right?
no, they're gonna go after
They ain't going to do
whoever
that.
did they're gonna go after whoever the assaulter was. That's who they arrest. The
I'm bringing you
assaulter.
up, Pam. What's up, girl?
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
You got your
you didn't
TV
click.
on, Pam?
You got your TV on?
Oh, I gotta mute my TV. Sorry.
Yeah.
I gotta
How you
mute
doing,
myself
Pam?
for a while here.
Yeah, but how long was Hunter with Leslie?
He was with Leslie for a few months, right? Yeah,
After
he was
Allie,
with her.
wasn't it after Allie got busted?
Yeah, it's after she had to go take all these people got peeing problems, right? Because she had to go take a piss test, right?
Yeah.
And somewhere in there, she actually lost the kids because of her boyfriend living there, picking on Hunter as well, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the
but
way Hunter, the way Andrew talked
Allie's
last
always bringing
night.
somebody in that house. She's always bringing somebody in that house to stir the pot, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't. There's a problem I would have with my kid staying with his girlfriend and have to go stay at the girlfriend's house. I mean, I would have. Why wouldn't my son stay with me?
I don't think Allie has much of a problem with her kids spending eternity with other people.
as long as they're not at her house, she's a happy mama.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I understand that, but I mean, and we're talking about this is a guy. Okay, Andrew can't even get near his son,
Right.
being an idiot, whatever you want to call it. And then you got the mom. The way Andrew said last night, he was wanting the PlayStation back and didn't get it back, so he grabbed him and pulled him around the house. But and then he made the CPS report, and basically all he knew on that was, I don't have my papers with me, or I could read you this, or he's just
Sorry.
making a report like okay, what's CPS supposed to do? Think, okay, this is an idiot that had to think about his son's birthday. He had
I
to
just,
think about that before he said anything.
I'm just saying that, you know, you come on YouTube to talk about what happened to your son, but you don't even know all the true facts of what happened. You know, he, he's I don't know.
Exactly.
I,
Exactly. And, you know, it's like, Andrew's like, what can I do?
yeah,
Yeah,
what
and
can
then
I
he
do?
said, and then on top of it, he says, oh, he just texted me back and said the guy's going to be there a while. Well, and the cops were already there, and he just texted him back and said, well, I guess this guy's going to be here for a while. What are you talking about? I mean, he gets no answers. I mean, it's just, you know, and I'm not sticking up for none of them because you can't, they all want to party with their kids and act like it's a big old party thing. Look at that one picture of the dog on the table, and there's a spoon, a plate, and a lighter, and a crushed up peel. Now, what do you think that shows?
I'm not good parents, and the dog was hungry.
Well, wasn't Hunter standing right behind his mom? Well, yeah, the dog was hungry. My dog don't get pills. Crushed up
Sorry,
pills.
Pam.
No, I'm just saying my dog don't get crushed up pills. Yeah, they probably.
No, I know that it wasn't a good picture, you know.
But see, they
And
were supposed to be eating fried green tomatoes. And then
yeah,
first they were picking off fleas off the dog. Well, I hope you ain't picking off fleas off the dog to put that little pill that you just crushed up on that plate. That'd be some extra nutrition. And there wasn't any grease on that plate where they eat fried green tomatoes. Wrong picture to put out and say I would eat fried green tomatoes and I'm picking fleas off a dog.
Gross. That's just not right.
That's right. The picture was there.
I know.
It's a fact.
I did not know they were picking fleas off the dog.
Yeah, Ellie was picking fleas off the dog.
Oh,
where were you putting them?
On the pizza.
What, with the Mountain Dew on the table when Chris was there and it gets sitting there, no ice, no nothing? You're supposed to dip the Mountain Dew, put the Mountain Dew in your cup. Oh, well, do you have any ice? Yeah, you got to get up off your ass and go get it yourself.
My solo cup. I'm doing
because Allie ain't getting up to do much of nothing.
I don't see Allie is not starving, that's for sure. I mean, I'm not saying to be mean, but she's not a starving woman.
I mean, she's got one end of her couch.
Oh, poor dog.
Poor kids.
Oh, poor dog.
Poor
too.
kids. We have to have kids in this.
Yeah. I know.
Let alone have dogs. If you can't take care of the kids, then you're not going to take care of no damn dogs.
How you going to try to cheat those kids out of extra protein?
Heck.
That's disgusting.
Gross. That's gross.
And the dogs eat their own butt. Let alone the fleas.
Pam.
What?
If I was Allie, what would you say to me?
I'd say get a life.
That's it?
Well, I'd say you got a lot more problems than I think you better stay off at the internet and quit putting pictures up there that, you know, that's going to, if the police seen that, Oh yeah, let's jump into there. We know we got drugs there.
Hey, Pam.
Sometimes.
Pam.
What?
Allie's on the phone. She said, where she's supposed to put in a walk if she don't do that first.
Oh no.
Gee.
I have dogs, but I don't. No.
No.
I don't put them on the table and start picking fleas off of them
No. Yeah.
and putting them on the plates that I have to eat off of.
Oh, apparently I think they were used to it.
Huh?
I mean, they must have been used. I think that they
They
just
live
didn't
that way.
care.
I think
And
How
were,
they look is how they live.
I think they were digging for their dinner.
Well, if you go over to Candace's, you'll get a whole bowl of ice cream. A whole bucket of ice cream.
Oh my gosh.
And you all gotta use the same bucket.
1 bucket, 10 spoons.
Exactly.
I'm in.
No, let's go play with the ducks over here. Let's go play with the ducks in the cage.
Hey.
Ain't that called caveman style? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was thinking Cajun style.
I'm good.
Somebody in the chat is saying that, did you hear Don had a stroke?
I heard he had blood clots.
I don't know. He was just on Facebook today.
Don does not have blood clots. He had no stroke. I don't know where all this is coming from.
I don't know where it's coming from either. No.
Well, you know the internet. All you have to do is tell them you use the bathroom at 5 o'clock, and it'll be all. Your timeline wouldn't even add up.
PG. All you gotta do is say, Wisconsin mama took a shit wrong.
No.
And it's all over.
He took his shit at 1:45 today.
Yeah. And then by the time it gets around the internet, it'll be you took it at 12.
Yeah.
But you literally took it at 1. You know when you took the shit.
Yeah. And then it would have gone. He took a shit at 1 o'clock yesterday. And it just goes more and more and more.
Oh yeah. They'll dissect it until they know exactly. Oh, then you'll be on 4 o'clock by the time you get done.
Oh,
It was 1:45 yesterday too. I heard his backside's on a timer.
Shit, this internet, you can tell them I sneezed.
No, that was at 4 o'clock.
I
No, that was 4:30. I was at 4:30 in your driveway, PG.
Oh, I thought it was Donald you was talking about.
No,
I thought that was yesterday, Pam.
no, I was talking about PG. I was talking about Wisconsin Mama.
Oh. Oh, you girls got me all confused. I gotta start this story all over again.
You can tell anybody. You can tell it could be anybody. I took a shit at 5 o'clock, but by the time it gets around, it's gonna be way later than that.
Then we have to go over the story and over and over and over and start analyzing it.
And can't even. Poor little Summer is out there, and they can't even get a timeline right for that.
Yeah.
Looking beyond.
That's the sad part.
Don't you remember seeing his legs when he's wearing his shorts?
Hey, Wisconsin Mama, you can take Benny Keys with you.
No. Oh no. You know what I would do? I'm serious. On a cold day, I would cover him with water, and he'd be frozen in ice. And then I'd ship him down to PG's.
You know what I do? I just fill his pillow.
Yeah, and I give him his pissy pill too. No way, I don't want that SOB up here. No,
I'm good. I ain't going to Tennessee at all. I'll be good.
I mean, honestly, Pam, there's enough meth heads up here. I guess what's one more?
I'm good. I'm good. You could give me a free ticket and I wouldn't go.
Really? Oh, I'd go in a heartbeat.
Where?
Yeah,
Tennessee.
it's a good place to hide a body.
Well, I'm not looking to get rid of anybody.
Yet.
But I would go in a heartbeat. Somebody offered me a ticket to Tennessee. Oh, hell yeah, I'd go.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I go with you, girl.
And you'd have to
I'm
pay for
good.
your own ticket.
I'm gonna stay here. You might disappear.
You'll have to take over PG's channel for a little while.
You know, think about it. Where did
I'm
Del
not-
Terry go?
Who? Oh, yeah, that guy.
Where
I'm
did
gonna-
Del Terry
I'm
go?
going to drive. You get there faster.
No, Del Terry is the one that Candace was kissing all over.
Del Terry.
Where's Del Terry?
That's
Was he a
that-
truck driver or something?
No, that was the
No.
one that
Del
that was
Terry's the lady that had her little granddaughter up there. She's a real nice lady. She's actually a Christian.
where's she at? Because you don't hear her anymore.
Well, you didn't. Dale wasn't. Dale wasn't out here on YouTube and everything anyway. She is a personal friend to the family in the background, and
But
and
wasn't that the one? Wasn't that the one Candace was kissing all over? Said, "Bring my baby to me."
Del Terry is a real nice Christian lady.
I have no
She's
idea.
got
who
a
this is.
real nice family, nice grandkids. Now I won't talk about her. Absolutely.
No, I'm just saying, who was that girl that was Candace said
that was Del Terry that Candace was hugging and kissing.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. I just thought she was somebody that, like.
No, she went up there and actually was helping them get the house together, working to get the house together. She also was helping, clean and stuff. She even went to work with Donald to help him, in that last few days to finish up the job, so he could get paid and everything. So she's a really good lady.
Who
nice.
Do a survey, PG, and see how many in the chat think that Candace ought to get the boys back.
Well, that would be a 1 if you think they should get the boys back, or a 2 if you think they should not.
There you go. Let's see how many ones we get.
Yeah, rumor on the street has it that there's all kinds of people that are going to Tennessee. Benny and Tiffany and
Ziggy just got back.
Well, you also have to take in consideration that the Wells, Don and Candace, also right now do not want the boys returned as well. Due to the simple fact that Child Protective Services probably ain't going to send them back due to the fact that Summer came up missing and they're not sure, at this point in time, everybody's a suspect, right? And everyone's a suspect. And that means the hill's unsafe for really anybody, especially children.
rumor has
regardless, say per se the Wells are totally 100% innocent, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Child Protective Services still ain't going to take the risk or the chances of another child disappearing off that hill right now. I'm sure law enforcement's doing all they can to figure out exactly what happened to Summer, right? But, there's a lot going on down there. There's a whole lot going on down there. And, I think Donald and Candace is starting to right now realize and understand that they made a great and and grieving mistake by, by handling things the way they did, when Summer came up missing, everybody was, coming at them hard
Yeah.
and and accusing them, and they really, regardless, they were on the news, they were on different, they tried to come out on social media and everything and to talk about Summer and try to explain what happened. And basically what happened was, seeing that Don and Candace Wells they're not, college graduates for sure, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah, but you don't have to be college graduates to take care of your kids.
you don't understand, when, for one, Candace, is really, really, she don't need nobody down on herself, because she's down on herself enough as it is, right? And she don't think, I mean, Candace doesn't have a lot of, she was trying to muster it up and get some strength and everything, right? When she, she felt that she had some support behind her, with some people, but, she seen that, people were still, even if you have to really fight to get what you want in this world, right? It's no longer you're innocent till proven guilty. It is now that you are guilty till you prove yourself innocent. I mean, they say, oh, this person, like, take for instance, Idaho 4. They got Brian Kohlberg and locked up right now, right? They got him locked up in jail. They didn't give him no bail, but yet they're saying, we don't know if he's innocent or guilty right now. We have no idea if he did this or he didn't. But even, now in America, if you don't know if they did or they didn't, then you have no right having them locked behind bars, right? But yet they got this man locked behind bars, even, and it's on, they're holding him on suspicion, not fact, but suspicion, and that's just the way, things are anymore. So, if people just suspect, everybody gets beat down with suspicion now and not facts. And then you had Donald come out and he tried to talk to people as well. And he, he got shut down because, he's no great politician. He didn't know how to stand before, he was all nervous and everything in front of that camera. It's something he had never done before. He was feeling, put on the spot. He knew that they already had a ton of haters, right? Accusing him. And he's still trying to stand there and defend him and Candace. But really, I don't think we ever got an opportunity to really hear them out, because no one would ever really give them the opportunity to talk, right? They were so busy telling them to shut up that we didn't learn nothing. No one ever gave them two people a fair opportunity to say what they had to say. Candace did not get that, and Donald did not get that as well.
Even when Donald said, though, and he said out of his own mouth, I'll see you in the resurrection, and you won't find no evidence.
Well, what are you supposed to expect? What are you supposed to expect? If I lived in Tennessee and a child came up missing, I'm probably going to say the same exact thing. You know why? Because statistics says if they don't find a child within 24 to at least 72 hours, right? They give it 48, but 72, you pretty much ain't going to find it. If you do find it, it's not going to be alive, right? That's statistics in this country. Furthermore, also, Donald's lived there his whole life. He knows what we didn't know. He knew that when you called that law enforcement, how they treated things, right? I mean, we're just now learning if you call them up, go do the job yourself, right? And so, I guess I guess I would say probably ain't going to be found as well because I know that law enforcement's not looking for him, right?
Like out of Dickinson County when that Joe Clyde, they still haven't found him,
I
but both
mean,
of his parents are locked up.
so I have no idea. I mean, there's a lot of new stuff starting to come to light, and
Don said, I had a gut feeling that something was going to happen on her clock.
well, I do know. I just, I just wish that that someone would have let the Wells come out and have to say what they really wanted to say, about
Right.
the situation of their daughter coming up missing. No one gave them the opportunity to
Exactly.
really talk and tell exactly what went on that day, right? Everybody was too busy attacking them to actually hear out their story. And that's sad because you know and they should have, due to the fact that look at Jody Sue. This is a woman that has inserted herself into
Yeah.
the Wells case more so than the parents have, and that's a big red flag if you ask me. Why do you insert yourself and have a need to know everything if you haven't got something that you're worried about, right?
Yeah, I think she's got something. I think she's worried about something.
Mm-hmm.
That's why she runs her
And
mouth.
and she feels a need to control the narrative.
Yeah.
Why? And then you have, Fred Hill, which is sitting down there and, leading, you know, trying to control narratives in different aspects as well, right? And he, like he said, he saw Andy that day at 3 o'clock. He saw Andy, right? At 3 o'clock
Yes.
that day. I don't think he could have saw Andy at 3 o'clock because I'm sure that law enforcement checked where Andy was at 3 o'clock that day. And there's a gas station right across the road from where Andy works that's loaded down with cameras, able to tell where Andy was. Not only that, but Andy's phone is also pinging, obviously, at his work and not on Ben Hill Road as well. But then you also have, this argument that went on between Andy and not really Jody Sue wanted to say, it was her and her daughter, but that's bullshit. The daughter came out and said, named Boogs, the brother, being there as well, right?
Yeah.
Which Jody Sue didn't ever say nothing about old Boogs. She just said me and my daughter. But no, the daughter clarified it for all of us that Boogs was there. And when Andy had that fit about, basically it sounded to me like I had to clean up your damn mess, right?
Yeah.
If you ask me. And Jody Sue has pretty much confirmed all of that, right? In so many different ways, we can't count them anymore.
Well, the one interview there, or when she had the one YouTube channel going where she was just bawling her eyes out, saying he would never do anything like that. He would never do anything to hurt her. I know he wouldn't. And then, like, what?
And then she says, I find a shoe in his car, and it's another child to be abused and killed, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, another child, that means that one child's already been done, and the only one we know is missing was Summer, right?
Exactly.
The only one we knew is missing is little Summer. So there's her trying to say that Andy done something to this child again, right?
Right. And then we have what? I don't know, 6 months. Maybe a year later about how he supplied drugs to all the stuff came out about the children, um him bringing drugs over there for them to give to the kids. And,
Exactly.
it's like,
Exactly.
a year earlier was you were bawling your eyes out. No, he would never do anything like that. Now it's like, now you're making these accusations against him and the Wells. And it's like, you need to shut up.
Hey, Sky Studio. Dusty. I don't know who the fuck Dusty is, but hey, good luck, right? Good luck. Whatever. I have been so many
Hey,
damn
Circle
people. It's
Jerk.
pathetic. They might want to try to say, "Hey, that's sissy." All right, that's sissy. then they might get. The best thing to do when you got a lot of idiots is to use your real name. All right, because they're looking for everybody else's. They're so stupid.
I mean, you got Summer that's missing, but you got the parents. But the parents may be innocent, but they're not doing anything either.
Exactly.
Well, but please, just hear me out. And
Well,
this is my opinion.
it's not that
is
they
that
ain't doing nothing. It's
right?
that you're not seeing nothing being done. I
Yeah.
mean, Don and Candace, I do know this. I do know before Don went to jail, he made every court date. He made every visitation.
Oh, I
with the boys.
understand all that.
Well, this kind of stuff keeps you busy in the background. And not only, do you go see your kids and everything, but what people don't understand is now you're going, they show up, give you a paper, go do drug drops. They show up and say, okay, you got to take a psychological evaluation. They show up and say, okay, you got to go take some anger management classes. They show up and say, hey, you got to go do this. Behind the scenes, these people are working their asses off, whether you want to believe it or not, right? And not only that, but then they got the court dates as well. The other court dates and so forth. When it comes to charges and law enforcement and everything else. Now, don't think there ain't something behind the scenes. And even Allie and Andrew said that they even put some kind of charges against the Wells as well over the substance that Candace supposedly gave Hunter that day, and and
but we don't know if she really did.
Well, once Hunter told law enforcement about it, Allie pretty much was in a fix that she had to do it whether she wanted to or not, right? Or look like a shit parent and have everything come back on her. So you have to stand up and be accountable when those kind of accusations are made and you're the parent of the child making those accusations against someone else.
Okay, why would she? Okay, and I want to ask Wisconsin Mama, if your kid, if you had to call the police on the parents that had your kids, why would you even let your kid go with that person even to the water hole?
Well, here's my thing.
PG, let me answer that. Because I was high. No, I'm serious because I was high.
I was going to save the world, but I got high.
The thing is that Allie's kids have grown up around pot. They partied with the kids. That whole group of them, they were close. I mean, Allie and Candace were close. They went on, you've got pictures of them canoeing together with their families and the kids,
Yeah.
So even though I was, high, I still trusted her to take care of my kids, because they were friends. She was my friend,
Well, this is the thing. We didn't see Hunter with a twisted tea.
No, we didn't.
We didn't see Hunter with no vapes smoking them, right?
Exactly.
We saw none of that. Now, I'm going to tell you what, though, if you go back into another video where Hunter's crushing a Coke can, right? I think we've all seen this crushing of the Coke can that he crushed.
Yeah.
Coke going everywhere. If you watch that video, you'll see him hand off a smoke to someone standing there. So indeed he was already smoking. And when that video's took, Allison and them, Candace, Allison, and all of them, they were there together. So obviously mommy already knew that Hunter was smoking, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but
and-
Hunter also says it in his interview with Chris M that he grabbed the vape out of the truck.
Right.
He says that. So I mean, like, he didn't hide the vape.
But the
to
thing
anybody.
is, here's the thing. The thing is I think Allie was, we all know our kids. And I mean, we all know our kids. We know we're parents.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, would you, without being high or anything, if you had to call the police on a person for taking your kids, why would you let your kids go with them back again? Because her and Allie,
personally, I wouldn't.
her and Allie at that time weren't talking.
I see what you're saying, because Allison had to call the police to take the kids off the hill up there.
Has anybody ever seen
when
a
her and
police
Candace
report
was
on
fighting?
Huh?
But
Has anybody ever seen a police report written up on that?
No.
no.
I'm gonna do a little digging because
And to be honest with you, after seeing that Hunter did not run into the water, throw his shirt down, run into the water, and pull Summer out under, because he said that they were all up there on the land talking. Grandis looking at flowers. I'm going to tell you.
Oh my God, that flower story.
I tell you where I think Grandis was when they were at the swimming hole. I think that she was up in the truck drinking her twisted tea, playing on her phone. And I think Hunter, Summer, and Candace were down at the swimming hole. And I think, they were Candace was taking the TikTok video. I think Summer had just barely started to walk out in that water, to play around in it. And Hunter he already had his shirt off. He did not see, we seen the video. He did not see Summer under any water. When Hunter and Candace filmed him, when Hunter went to go out into the water, Summer was standing up in that water as Hunter was walking out into it. Therefore, he was not going out there to save her, and he lied about being the hero.
And why is it that that's the only picture that whole day that we get? And Candace is a picture person.
No,
videotaping.
That wasn't the only picture we got, that video we got that day. We also got the one where Summer was on the milk jugs, right?
Well, yeah, besides that. I'm talking while she's playing at the water and all this. When she's at that water hole, they're taking so many pictures there. At the carnival, they're taking so many pictures. But at the swimming hole, there wasn't any. But when Hunter was getting out there to go get her, that was the only.
He wasn't going out there to get her. He was going out there to flick water on her, which made her actually shrink down into the water more, because she was standing straight up before he started doing that. So what I'm saying is he lied. And, when someone lies like that about something that should not be lied about, then that means you can't trust anything they're really saying, right?
Well, if you go back and listen to his interview with CM, I mean, it's off. It's off.
Oh yeah.
It's like he can't remember. It's like.
Well, it's not that he can't remember.
It's like somebody's feeding him the story.
You can remember everything if you're telling the truth.
Right.
And, you know, he can't remember because it's not truth. You know,
Right. Yeah.
it's a bunch of BS.
Like
Well, and
when
that's what I
Grandis
think
though,
too.
when
And
Grandis
you know, it's
when
just
Grandis was by that tree,
it's
she
just
said,
sad that
and she was
Allie.
sitting there, and she said they changed Summer's clothes. No, Hunter said they changed her clothes back into the same clothes she had on when they changed at the house that morning. So when did this outfit that she went missing in get put on her?
No,
Because Hunter said,
now that's not true because Summer got on her bathing suit before they even left the house. She did not change Summer at Allie's house. She changed.
okay, go back and listen to what Hunter said.
I know what Hunter said, and it's not truth. And Hunter also said he went out in that water to save Summer because she was underneath, and clearly we seen that he didn't. That was not truth. I mean,
Exactly.
what I'm saying is, why does Allie and Hunter and them feel such a fucking need to lie at a time when we don't have no room for lies at all, right? Why are they
Yeah,
lying?
it's just in my opinion.
We
This
don't
is
have
just
the room
my
for this shit.
right. It's just
You know,
my opinion,
what's
but
the
I feel
point?
he lied. He lied during that interview, and that is just my opinion.
You know, and I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder if Summer ever really almost OD'd at 3 years old. Is that another one of their lies? Why are they? And why is Andrew Holt, you know, all upset? Why is he, you know, why is he threatening me? You know what I'm saying? What is his problem? I mean,
Andrew Hill,
all we
what's
want
he
is
Yeah.
the truth,
wait,
right?
what's he
All we want
threatening
is
you
what's
with?
going to bring this baby home, and that's
What's
the
he
truth.
threatening you with?
He's just
He
running.
says it. He
He's just
says
running his
everything on
mouth,
his
right?
own channel.
He what?
What's he threatening you with? Because he says everything. He's even said, like he told everybody he was at one of the visuals, but he didn't go meet
He wasn't
Hunter
at the,
because Hunter was at work.
but he wasn't even down. He wasn't at the
And then he
vigil.
retracted that statement,
Yeah,
right?
he retracted it. He
Saying
said he
that he
was not
wasn't
there.
ever there. But then again, he told, I believe it was Miss Daisy, that he saw her there out of the bushes, right?
Right. Yeah, he did. He told her he was there, and then he
Right.
said he was not there.
Yeah, and then he says he's not there. You know,
So why lie?
It sounds like you got a whole family of people there that don't know how to tell the fucking truth, right? And what do they say about people that don't tell the truth? Who's their daddy? The devil, right? Who's your daddy?
Yeah.
The Bible plainly says
Who was all
Satan is the father of all liars. Why don't
okay?
you
Who
try
was
to learn
all
to
in
tell the
that
truth?
U-Haul? And how did Andrew Hilt meet Candace with that U-Haul and get a picture of Summer in front of it?
Now we don't know if that picture was taken at the time they were there or if it was taken at a different time, do we? You know, that might have not have been the only trip that those people made before, right?
Yeah, but
Well,
he said
so
it
do
was
you
that
think-
trip when
so
he
do
was
you-
getting ready to move down there.
He said that picture was taken at that trip.
That when they were all moving down there. And that's when he ran into Candace, because he said he's never been up.
Yeah, well,
he's never been up on the hill.
I don't believe that's true. I don't believe that's truth because
Well, I don't believe nothing anybody says, because here on YouTube, you can't. Well, at least him you can't believe.
Well, I can tell you this. I could probably prove that in 5 minutes that it's a damn lie, because at the time that Jose was up on the hill staying in Donald's house, and Andrew was there in Tennessee doing whatever and God knows what, right? And I guess only God would know. And
Who takes a bunch of
Jose,
people down there
you
and
know,
they have to
Jose
ride in
is
the back
no
of the
longer
U-Haul?
with us, but from what we're hearing, he's no longer with us. But anyhow, I could have swore he called me on my live the other night. But anyway, bottom line is, I can prove that probably wrong due to the fact that when Jose was up on the hill trying to take over another man's home and his children and his actually his whole damn family, right?
Yeah, when
Candace was trying to help
Allie
him.
was supposed to be
Candace
given
was aiding and abetting
$300 worth of groceries.
along with Grandma. You know, point being is Summer had hair on her head at that time. Now, if you look at the video, at the picture of her by the U-Haul, that was closer to when she came up missing because her hair was cut super short, right? I mean, she didn't have hair. So right there, boom. No, he would be lying. So that means if he says it's when they were there, then he made another trip there, right? There you go. So what was he doing there again? And that would add up to what? That would add up to what Don's coworker said as well. When Don's coworker said, Dudley, when Dudley said that Don didn't come to work because Jose supposedly was up on the hill the weekend before Summer came up missing. Summer came up missing on Tuesday, the 15th of June, and Jose was supposedly there on the 12th and 13th and possibly even the 14th and so on, hanging out in Grandis's camper because Donald couldn't come to work because he didn't want to leave Jose up there on the hill and go to work, right?
Yeah.
So that would make more sense that you know they were doing the U-Haul thing again. And yes, it's very possible that picture was taken. Very possible. So now we know where the picture came from, right? Thanks, Andrew.
Well, I mean, he talks,
somebody.
he talks, I mean, he tells one story, and like I said, we can't get, I mean, it's like that prank that Candace did with Mary.
Maybe
Well,
Andrew
It was like,
and
it's like,
JSB ought
let's
to hook
prove
up
stuff
together.
off.
You know what bothers me is the fact that Hunter had that breakdown, right? Like he had a need to tell something. I mean, that he didn't want to have to live with the rest of his life, right? Something pretty crucial. And Summer's the only thing we know has been crucial in their life. And he gets shut down. He gets shut down by everybody. He even told his girlfriend something that made the girlfriend's mother go to Allie, which blew up a big fight as well. And
because Allie didn't want to hear it.
And Allie was being threatened. No, Allie was being threatening towards that girlfriend's mother, right?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, now that Hunter needs a place to stay, it's the girlfriend's mom.
So I don't know. All I know is, you know, there's a lot of people,
Too many people
dropping like flies around this case, right?
Yeah, and there's too many people involved.
And they're bringing up another man now. I don't know if anybody's seen this man's picture. You guys seen this man's picture?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it the
Fred
other day.
Hill said this man supposedly was living in the well shed or whatever.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but this man has kicked a bucket before Summer was even born. Right there. He is no longer alive. Let me pop this down. And his current address was a P.O. box, so that shows that he's probably was probably sleeping around in people's garages or whatever. But the point being is he's right there, deceased May of 2008. So
yeah, I saw that picture the other day. Maybe you should send Fred a message and tell him to get his facts straight.
Exactly. I mean, you know, why are these people throwing all these lies in?
Because they want clicks and views.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's about
Fred
clicks
don't
and
want no
views.
clicks and views because Fred
Mm-mm.
ain't a YouTuber.
No.
You
Fred
know,
talks to, supposedly Fred talks to Ziggy.
so that don't make a hill of fucking beans. That what I'm saying is Fred's not a YouTuber, so it ain't for clicks, likes, and views. It's for
Well, not for him, but
it's for some other reason, right? So
Karen, you might
why
be
do they
right,
feel they
Karen.
can't tell the truth about what happened to this little girl? Why nothing but the truth's going to bring her home. And they need to start telling the fucking truth. You know, if I don't feel
Hey,
I
Blue
think they're not
Eyes.
telling the truth because they don't want Summer found. And why? Why? What the hell happened to this little girl that these people do not want her found? It's disgusting.
exactly.
Hmm. Yeah.
What really happened? And
You
who
know,
really knows?
Karen, you could be right. H did. H may have texted Candace to come back over to the house.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe.
Maybe they did set up Candace. But the whole thing is that everybody, like, all of a sudden, you have this beautiful little girl that's missing,
Right.
and
Summer
all of a
Moon, you
sudden,
saw
like, you
well.
have all these people, like, they're just pouring out of the woodwork, coming out to say all these things, bad things about the wells.
Right.
Everything is
And they ain't
bad.
even given the Wells an opportunity to speak upon June the 15th and what really took place and happened at that particular time. They wasn't giving him an opportunity to, lighten up some and give anybody a point of view of what kind. I mean, this guy's writing letters out of prison trying to keep his daughter's name alive. He fought for her reward fund the first time. He's fighting for it again. If something, what I'm saying is, if Donald Wells knew what happened to his daughter and was comfortable, like everybody believes he is, so comfortable with what happened and him knowing where she's at, he would want to shut all of this down. He would not be fighting for her reward fund to stay in place. He would not be, but what choice does he have to hide like a hermit when all they're getting is beat the hell out of every time they try to come out and actually
Yeah,
talk
but like
about their daughter.
Mary
I mean,
said, if you'll bring, if you'll,
ain't as tough. Some people ain't as tough as PG, right? Some
it,
people ain't
and that,
as
and that,
standfast as PG. I'm a bitch that I don't care what anybody had to say. I'd be out here letting people know I didn't do a damn thing and I don't care what you say. I need your help. Either give it to me or forget about it. But don't
and
sit
that's
there
like,
and beat me down,
and
right?
that's like Mary said, I'll drop
And
all the charges if you'll just tell the truth about Summer. Well, what?
Well, what? Well, first
Mary
of
had dropped
all,
all the charges. He didn't do nothing to Mary to begin with.
Exactly.
but
You
here,
know.
I'm
So
and
what damn
please,
charges
people,
she got to drop?
don't think I'm not siding with anybody here, okay? I'm just saying that they have a missing daughter,
Yes,
okay?
they do.
And they got so beat up on by their so-called friends. They got beat up by the media, they got beat up by YouTube, they got beat up by their so-called friends. I mean, like, I'm just saying, how can they come out and even talk about their daughter? Because somebody's going to attack them. And they're going to get attacked over and over and over, no matter what.
Because even the YouTubers that talk about Summer gets threatened.
Right.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
it's not. I'm just saying it's not an excuse. Maybe they're not strong enough yet to come out and speak about Summer, but they've gotten beat down. I'm sure that they're going through classes, withdrawals from.
That's true always, LA. They were given ample opportunities to speak on my channel. Yes, they were.
They
But
were, yes.
but but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt because they have Benny Keys. They have Benny Keys absolutely ruling their roost at the time.
Oh God.
Benny Keys was, I mean, that dude was the fucking devil if I've ever seen the devil. And he absolutely had the Wells intimidated like hell. And, like
because
they
they
needed him
thought
to
he was going
control
to
their
help.
every freaking movement. Um, nobody has given Don and Candace Wells just the freedom to do what they want to do, right? Don and Candace,
Remember when Benny said he had cameras connected to his phone and he
did.
Yeah,
could see everything Candace is doing?
yeah.
What I'm trying to say is Don and Candace Wells, Donald and Candace Wells has to at some point, and I hope at some point they do, snatch a hold of their own britches for a change. Snatch a hold of their own britches and do what they want to do, say what they want to say, be who they, truly are. And, and just let people understand, look, we're not the brightest bulbs in the shed, and yes, we were nervous as hell to be out here and talking to anyone.
They need to be. They
And
need to.
shit was coming out of our mouths the wrong
They,
way. We were being treated really bad, and we retaliated in the only way we knew how, right? And that was playing all the games they played with people to get people, to try to get back at them for the way they treated them and try to use them up, right? For their channels and everything.
yeah, but they need to put their big boy panties on and big girl underwear or
And,
whatever.
they should try it again. They should try it again.
Well,
They
I
should try it
believe that
again
they
and
will.
get help in finding their child and saving her reward fund, right? They should try it again.
This
Donald
is
needs to step out and say, "Hey, I need signatures. You know, people need to sign a petition to keep my daughter's reward fund in place. I need this judge to see that me and my family ain't the only ones, you know, being pained by you trying to steal away her most powerful voice while her case is still open and active. But a lot of other people are feeling, the same way out here that actually donated this money, and they donated it to Summer for a reward fund. They did not donate it to a reward fund for Summer. No, it was donated to Summer for a reward fund, not the other way around. And nobody has the right to take away Summer's money. Absolutely not. That's bullshit. And personally, to be honest with you, um, I think that
I agree with you, Circle Jerk. Yeah.
I think that it is a slap in Don and Candace's face for them to be trying to take away that fund out from underneath their daughter, not once but twice. And
Yeah.
and I'm sure I'm sure they'll try to do it again at some point as well. This is just the kind of jerks that the Wells have to fight. This is the kind of stuff that these people are up against down there in Tennessee. Not to mention, they're not stupid. I'm pretty sure if their daughter really disappeared, they have a damn good idea that, it's somebody right there in their vicinity that did such an evil thing to them. And they've got to live with that as well. And not only do they have to live with this creep maybe coming back, but they have to worry about a lot of other weirdos that, even if they are innocent, trying to attack them and hurt them and do stuff to them as well, you know, to making their, the one place they should feel the safest, their home, a battlefield, right? And it's wrong.
Well, even I have come out and said, Candace, why don't you talk about your daughter? Even I have said things like that. And,
But we say it because we're looking at the actions.
right, right. But now, now after tonight, it's like when you really think about it, I mean, like, I if I had been attacked like that, I don't know. Well, I don't know if I could come out and say anything because somebody's going to find something to, throw another shovel of dirt on me. Right now, I'm sure they're going, they're court ordered. I'm sure they're court ordered to, get off their drugs, get off their alcohol, get their life straightened back up. I'm sure they're required to take piss tests and, you know, to I'm sure they even go to family counseling to learn how to be parents. If Hawkins County is smart, and court ordered all that stuff for them. But I'm just, you know, I'm kind of beating myself down too right now but everything
Yeah,
did. Everything
but
pointed, it just
but
seemed like everything pointed right there at Candace.
beating yourself down because of something that we only seen actions.
Right,
So
right.
that's not
And
beating ourselves down because we're only, we're not doing what everybody else is doing. We're just looking at the picture
well, we're
and we're
looking,
going by
actually,
that.
we
Now,
are
until
looking
we
from
see
the
something
outside
different,
in.
until
That's
we
what
see
we're
something
doing.
different, then we can change our story,
Yeah. But like I
right?
said, we're looking from the outside in. We don't
Exactly,
know the
because we
whole
wasn't up on the
story.
hill.
Right. We weren't there. You know, I mean, I don't know anymore. I don't
Even
know why all
people
these
that just
people were involved in, I don't know why
even
all these
people that just drive by and say, "Oh, we've seen this on Ben Hill Road." How do
right.
you see anything
Well, you don't, you know. You
from the
don't.
road?
You
I mean,
don't.
but and they want all these others. They want everybody to believe that they seen this.
And I,
Well,
I, I agree, Circle Jerk. Candace and Dawn are known as tricksters too. Absolutely, they're tricksters. Don't kid yourself.
I know
But
they are.
I took note that I took note that they that trickster stuff could be used for it could be used one for retaliation against people. And I know that it was in some scenarios, it was used as, you know, a way of getting back at these people that were using that they knew for a fact was using them up and doing what they was doing off the back of their missing daughter. um I seen that happen firsthand. And the trickster stuff, can also be, to keep the focus off of them. Um, the focus off of them because they don't want it on them, right?
Could be, yeah.
And that's my biggest thing I had with the whales, when we were going head to head at one another, was the fact that I got that feeling that, that's what they were doing, throwing one person after the other under a bus, no matter who it was, to keep the focus off themselves. And that definitely makes you look guilty. But then again, maybe they were, you know, is it possible that, you know, is it possible that they were throwing everybody under the bus like that? Because, when something happens, when something, it's like, you know, it's like your house gets broken into, right? Your house gets broken into. Okay. You pretty much going to have an idea of who it was, or think you know who it was, but then everybody starts looking suspicious to you, right? I mean, you think it's this person, but you find out, okay, they were at a certain place, it wasn't them. Now you start looking at everybody, right? And then you start to look a little crazy, right? You're looking a little crazy, and yes, it's going to take the focus off of your house because you're throwing the focus on all of these people. and what type of people they are, and this and that, and one thing and another. Is that what they could have been doing? I don't know. What I'm saying is, I think that we got to go back, and we've got to try to figure out. I'm going to tell you, whatever happened to Summer, you're going to narrow down. You're going to narrow it down, which is already narrowed down in four places. One, the wells. Something happened right there. Candace does have all, absolutely all the answers to what exactly went down, right? That's number one. It happened right there. Candace was at fault, or somebody on that hill, and she knows who it was. Two, Jody Sue and Andy. Andy did attack his son. It sounded like he was saying that he may have had to clean a mess up for him. Jody Sue said she heard the scream, and she said inside the cabin, right? Not she was in the cabin, but she heard the scream in the cabin.
And she said she heard an animalistic scream.
Yes. So, there you go. Which is, and Jody Sue has kept her nose stuck in this diligently for almost 19 months as of the 15th.
And she had a mean dog.
So, and yes, they had that dog down the road right there. Could Summer have wandered off, got down, seen that dog, and that dog attacked it? Well, would Jody Sue and them cover something like that up? Well, I'm sure they would, because they would be scared to death, not having a license for the dog.
Well, and doesn't the key
Jody
lies
Sue
within
and
the
Andy and
dogs?
Andy's parents would be sued to hell to breakfast, right, for everything they got. And Jody Sue keeps saying that the answers lie with the dogs, right?
Yeah.
And the dog is dead now.
Something sick about that scenario. And then you have Allie and them, which Allie just can't let go of the hate. I mean, I ain't never seen no woman that fucking butthurt over a man. I don't know what exactly Jose had, but it must be pretty fucking good, right? Because he's been butthurt ever since.
Yep, he had all four of them up there on the hill.
She must have really like running her fingers through his hair. But anyway.
Well, we seen her down in the basement on that mattress.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was the
bottom line is, this is a family that's got creepy people coming up there with U-Haul trucks and shit, and hauling God knows what away. And and as you guys said, brought to the attention, now the first time they were there, that could not be when Summer took the picture, because at that time she was smaller and she had hair on her head. So it would have had to been later, and it had to have been closer to when she disappeared. And he's saying that was a picture that she, if indeed, Andrew was saying that's a picture that was took at the time he was there. Then,
yes.
Now I don't know if he's saying that or not, but if he is, then that means they were there again, right? They were up there again at a U-Haul place, which just don't, what excuse they have that time for being there, we don't know. But it would have had to been right before Summer came up missing, because that is what she looked like when she came up missing, right?
This was when he said that they were about to buy the property.
Oh,
buy what property?
Jody Sue?
By whatever property they were going to buy in Kingsport or whatever. They had a house, and then they come in and it fell all through.
They were going to rent a house up there. So, so he could be closer. First he said so he could be closer to his son. Then he said it wasn't even his fucking ideal to be there. Right? I've heard all kinds of shit.
Oh, we were looking for a storage unit to park the moving truck into. Well, wait a minute. That's a huge, those Penske trucks, they have locks on them and they're a pretty big truck. And
It ain't even gonna fit in a storage unit.
no, I mean, I've driven one and it's like,
No, he said
okay.
he put all the stuff in the storage unit, and then he said when they didn't get the house, which
No,
it was supposed to be.
he said he was going to put it in a storage unit, but they didn't.
So all the stuff was still in the truck at the storage unit.
Right. And yes, that's absolutely right. With Angel, they do. What I'm trying to say is, you have the weirdo Fred Hill down there that was a week and a half before insinuating Jody Sue's son was thinking something dirty in his mind about Summer being up there swimming with her, right? Now, I don't know what was in Jody Sue's son's mind when he was there swimming with Summer, but I do know what was in Fred Hill's mind, and I didn't like it, right?
Yeah.
The dirty thoughts was in his head.
Well, that's when
maybe
Fred Hill.
nobody else's.
What about when Fred Hill put them bones out there?
You know,
Well, I don't know if he put the bones out there, but he, I mean, it was a dead deer.
he knew what it, he
That
knew.
deer would have had to die right there.
Fred Hill knew exactly what them bones were because the man lives out there and they see that shit all the time. Don't tell me no man his age didn't know what the hell that was, because I'm sure.
And then when Ziggy put them on her channel before she left Tennessee, then they couldn't know if it was human remains or.
Oh, that was, when I saw that, that was the most ridiculous, stupidest waste of time, waste of people's energy to put those bones on.
Exactly.
No,
but you know what?
Deer. There was
the thing is, here's the whole scenario. Supposedly, Grandis and Donald passed lie detectors test. Candace supposedly passed, but showed a little bit of deception, right? A little bit of deception from what I'm hearing. Now, and they're saying that, it could be guilt. It could be that, that somewhere in her mind, she knows something, but just can't pull it forth. Maybe she saw something, and I mean, it's a bad memory, but she just can't pull it completely forth. Let people know what it was.
Do you remember when she said that she had 2 people in mind that could have done this?
Right.
So, she has her suspicions too.
Absolutely.
Of 2 people. And do you think she's afraid of JSB? Do you think Candace is afraid of Jody Sue?
No, not at all. But I think that she is afraid of the people that Jody Sue Brown associates herself with. Frank Light, Fred Hill, Andy, there you go. The people. And I also heard that Jody Sue, I also heard that Allie was supposedly going to Andy's work, right? Seeing Andy. And so Allie tried to say she didn't know Andy and Jody Sue, but she did. She's a liar. And Andy even said, she came to his work before, right?
Yeah.
So, they did know one another. They were in cahoots together. It's hard telling. I mean, we had a lady hanging around up there that had walked off with someone's kid before, right? And after Summer comes up missing, this same particular woman ends up dead, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
dead.
Could that woman have wandered off with Summer? Possibility for someone. Someone could have had her wander off with Summer. We don't know what exactly happened on June the 15th.
And they still haven't identified that body.
But I can tell you this. I think that the Wells were held back by like Cher, was held back by people like Cher and Benny Keys and people that wanted to keep the wells in their pocket.
Well, let's not forget about Tiffany.
Well, these people but Tiffany didn't have the wells at all ever. She had what fucked up Jody Sue. I mean, she was protecting that bitch like she was protecting that bitch like it was her child or something, right?
Right.
And now all she does is try to go at the woman's throat. Who does this?
And then you had Candace talking to Gina, and then all of a sudden she stopped talking to her. And then you had that one Shannon girl that was up there on the hill with them.
I just can't get over the where Marlena's supposedly her little girl said that when she saw the suitcase, with Summer's clothes in it, that Summer was going on a trip.
That's good.
They were packing her bags and she was leaving or something.
Yeah. I don't even think that's true.
Dee Dee said that Benny did the dirty deed. That's gross.
We know he did.
Benny said on Cher's channel one time, Cher asked him, "What is your biggest regret?" And he said, "Killing Don and gutting him like a fish."
Must have been one of his meth head nights, huh?
I don't know what it was, but he said, and that's when Don was locked up, though. When he was on Cher's one night. But yet he comes on. Kids got here.
But yet he comes on when he's up on YouTube.
You could be right about that. You could be right about that, Circle Jerk. That could be true. That very well could be true. That Ziggy spin those bones. I mean, Fred might have. Fred. He
could have put them bones out because he knew Ziggy was coming.
Well, no, they were there.
They were there. You look at the picture of those bones, and like right away, I knew it was a deer. If you've ever seen a carcass of a deer, you can tell right away. And that deer, I'm telling you, that deer died right there.
Benny was there, not Benny, but Ziggy. Ziggy's been there twice now.
All I know is I heard it was a setup. I heard that it was a setup. I heard that somebody gave Fred a few bucks to do it. And he did it.
Doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise me.
I heard Fred Hill would do anything for a couple of dollars.
Doesn't surprise me. I think anybody up there. That's why don't go up on the hill. Don't go to Tennessee and on Beach Creek or Ben Hill.
I am not scared to go up on that hill. I'm not.
No, I'm not afraid to walk up on 110 Ben Hill Road. Donna and Candace Wells are not the mean, awful people that
Yeah, but it's not only them that you have to watch out for. It's the other people.
To be honest with you, Don's like super nice. I mean, he's super nice. And Candace, she's a good person too. If you get to know her. If you get to know her, I mean, personally, she's my Sour Patch Kid, right? Candace is my Sour Patch Kid. That's all I can say.
You're right.
I've got a Sour Patch Kid named Candace Wells, right? But I mean, she can be really nice or she can be a real bitch.
I think I have days like that myself.
Candace is something, something different, but she's dealing with a lot as well, right? She deals with a lot, and I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. We've heard your three.
I only suspect, right?
We've heard your three. What's the fourth one? Before we go off subject.
Personally, it's gotta be, one of the four. The fourth one would be Fred Hill. The fourth one would have to be, and that seems to be the driveway that Candace was looking in, just looking in first.
Yeah.
And not only that, but I hear Fred wasn't even there now. I'm hearing Fred wasn't even there now. Now Fred told us that he saw Candace in his driveway and told that Candace pulled up in his driveway at 4 o'clock looking for Summer. And he was supposedly personally there at the beginning of all of this. Now Fred is saying, no, I wasn't here. A friend of mine seen him pull up and came, and she was asking him if he seen Summer. I wasn't here. Now Fred's trying to take himself out of the area when indeed before he was supposedly saying he was there when Candace pulled up. So, what the fuck is it, Freddie? Right?
Well, that's like when Allie said she walked to the truck and then she said she didn't know she walked to the truck.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ziggy thinks that how I wouldn't doubt if Ziggy ain't down there doing it up with them, I don't know.
Oh,
Well,
you're gonna
she
get
got a dog the first time, so
yeah. Maybe she's looking for a different type of dog this time. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know, but these people that went down there to try to get the story from them and hung out with them, it's just a bunch of users. Just a bunch of users. That's all they did was use them.
what do you think? What do you think happened, Wisconsin Mama?
What do I think that happened to Summer?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I do believe that
allegedly,
in my opinion, I believe that Jody Sue's son got a hold of her. I believe that Boogs was up on that hill, and I believe he took her. That's what I believe. Because you know what? It had to have been somebody close by.
Wouldn't it have had to been Summer? Wouldn't it had to been somebody that knew Summer?
Yep, somebody that knew Summer.
That she was
able to carry her.
Remember when Candace said nobody would hurt her as long as I'm around?
Right. Yeah.
She said that plenty of times.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it was him. That's who I think it was. It was somebody that she knew, that she trusted, that was able to carry her and able to run fast. And why did he come out of those woods? He was seen coming out of those woods that day. And I think Mama's out over there, runs her mouth and covers up for him. Because we haven't heard anything, nothing from him at all. Not a word.
But she'll make
what?
But she'll make a Christmas list and put her son's name on it, knowing he's a grown-ass man.
Well, people fall for that. That's their right, I guess. If they fall for, her stories and if she's good enough to make some of those people believe them, I mean, like, she's almost like an actress.
Oh, wow. Listen to this. Ziggy spent the night at Fred's. You can see on her clock she arrives and it says 12. Then she's leaving. It says 11. She spent 11 hours overnight at Fred's. Ooh. Do tell.
Yeah.
Wait, when was this? The first time or the second?
Ziggy.
The first time or the second time? Because don't he have a girlfriend named Lori or whatever?
He has I believe he has a wife. He was married to Leslie, the one that passed away. And then, but he remarried. He's remarried to this new lady. And I think her and Ziggy was out running around together. She took her to the store. Ziggy took his new woman to the store, right? Pick up groceries and stuff.
Cause didn't they go by? Ain't there pictures on her thing where she's got a picture of a swimming pool and she's out in showing Jody's backyard or something?
Yeah, that was you could see all that from the road. She wasn't in their yard. No, she was in her damn car. That
Oh,
that was a road view. Um, that great big giant shed. I guess that's what the people bought for Jody Sue. But hey, Ziggy needs to shut up because she's the one that was putting up Jody Sue's Cash App to get it, right?
Yeah.
She was the one putting up the Cash App and her what is that thing called? They all have one. Um
Venmo,
no, the
PayPal.
it's where you get gifts.
Amazon.
Right. The wish list. The wish list. Yeah, that's what it was. Um
Who can I ask? Who is running this Summer Wells case? Is it Hawkins County, TBI, or is it JSB?
TBI.
No, it sounds more like Jody Sue Brown is running this Summer Wells story.
Exactly. She has
I
Exactly.
mean,
Yeah.
she's
I
the one
mean,
that
she
she's
has
the
I
one that
thought
said
you
that
meant.
Summer was
she has
last seen.
implicated herself
Yes.
into this from day one, right?
Yeah.
From day one.
Candace said that Summer was in the basement. Now, Jody Sue says Summer was on her swing. How would she know that?
She tried to say the boys told her that Summer was
Oh,
on the
yeah,
swing.
that's right.
And
How would the boys be able to tell her when the boys was in the house
Yeah.
well,
watching TV? When Candace walked her over to the door, the boys was on their, either Don said playing a game, Candace says watching TV. So
yeah, that's
but they were in the house. So how did
believe that?
they tell her?
now listen, here's what we have to remember. We got to stay focused. We got to stay on target and focused. Now, Jody Sue says, I heard the scream at 4:30 to 4:47. Okay? Now, that's 17 minutes. That's 17-minute window right there. From 4:30 to 4:47 is a 17-minute window that Jody Sue is opening up. 17 minutes. Now, it took the Idaho Crazo 15 minutes to get in and out of there. And we know what happened inside of there, right? 15 minutes. And we know this because why? He stated it. He said it when he was asking people, how long do you think it would take, right? In his comments.
I don't watch that case, so I'm out of that one.
Okay, well, if you're in this case, then you do know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, but I'm not the Idaho 4. I hadn't been following.
Everybody put a 1. Everybody put a 1 in the chat that knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do know
about Brian and him leaving the comments and asking and then saying it was 15 minutes that they were in there. And he knew because it was him the one that done it, right?
Yes.
So, with that being said, yeah, I love that case too. I have followed that case. Anyway, with that being said, she leaves a 17-minute window right there. 17 minutes that the scream took place. All right. Now, you take a 17-minute window and now she, at first she's saying she didn't know whose scream it was, this and that. Now she's saying it's Summers for sure, right? Now she's on the mark, the money. Yes, it is Summer. Okay, well, Jody Sue, if we stay focused on what you said with that 17 damn minute window, then it would put Candace down there at Fred Hill's house, not at 4:30, but it would have put her down there looking for Summer. If indeed something happened to Summer that Candace don't know, it would have put her down there. If that was indeed Summer's scream, if it was her scream that was heard between that 17-minute window right there, then that puts Candace down at his house closer, I would say at the 5 o'clock mark, not 4:30, but the 5 o'clock mark, looking for her daughter. And it is very possible that Candace wasn't able to find Summer. She was inside the house. And when indeed Summer did scream from wherever Jody Sue and them heard her scream from. And if the boys had the TV up, like with the game machine and everything, and Candace was indeed inside the house looking around for this child, then she would not have heard it. Absolutely not. She wouldn't have heard it, because look at how many people were inside that dwelling, that dwelling. The night that Brian went in there, the Idaho 4. Look at, and I'm telling you, half the people did not hear one another being done in, except for the one girl heard a little bit of whimpering. 4 people just took down inside this place, and nothing was heard but some whimpering and someone saying, "I'll get you help. Don't worry." I mean, there you go. So, it is very possible that she didn't hear anything. I can't answer for Grandis because I don't know what the hell. Grandis might just be a hard-hearing person, right? Hey,
I don't know what all that noise is, but
I think Pam's flushing her toilet in our freaking
sure sounded like it.
right? I don't know. Pam, you gotta go to the toilet, mute yourself, right? Wow, that's what it sounds like to me. Like, what the hell, man? Yeah.
Sorry.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
And this is YouTube, folks. Welcome.
Welcome.
All right.
Welcome to the real world.
Yeah. This is you don't ever know what is going to happen.
Yeah.
Pam said, this is no time to plunge your toilet. All right.
The shit show is over, Pam.
Yeah. That shit show was just getting started, I think. Oh no. That's funny stuff, man.
Oh, crap.
And that's another thing, McBro. I am so glad you brought that up, because why did you hide the cam footage? Jody Sue Brown. Absolutely. You had it out for TBI. Everyone was ready. I don't think she gave a damn thing to TBI except what she wanted them to have, if any. Because from what I heard, she said everything had been erased, right? Everything had been erased.
Yeah.
And tried to convince us at the beginning that Donald was the one that erased everything, because he knew where she was hiding that shit. Then she said no, the cameras were moved, they where they wouldn't see. She moved them because Mr. Dobbs. Then she said, oh no, there wasn't enough wire to hook them up, right? I mean, I heard so much bullshit out of her mouth that, wow.
Sorry, I was opening chocolate covered cherries. I wasn't in the bathroom.
Girl, it sounded like you were flushing a commode, like 90.
Nope, I was opening some chocolate covered cherries.
Damn, with
Maybe
the
you were
plunger.
dropping. Maybe you were dropping some chocolate.
Not brownies, chocolate covered cherries.
Anyways,
Anyway, my bathroom is out of my bedroom. It's in the kitchen. No, I'm kidding.
yeah, there's just a whole lot of questions, of why, like, the dogs. I just feel like she had it set up from the beginning.
Remember, she
It was
didn't.
a setup.
Remember, she would always talk about fresh babies.
Yeah, but I feel like this was a planned event. I feel like it was planned.
Yeah, but remember, she didn't. She said, if anything, if I had a child that had any kind of disabilities, she would get rid of it and she would have fresh babies.
The only thing I believe that comes out of her mouth is nothing but shit. She either she's telling on herself, but she switches the story. She'll tell you the story one way one day, and then 2 days later she'll tell it a different way. I do believe that she's a total narcissist, that she feels like she is in control of this situation, that she runs a narrative on the story, but
Now she
one
wants
of these,
people
she's
to
gonna
believe
lose
her
it.
narrative, though.
She's gonna
You
lose.
don't have to believe her narrative.
No,
I don't believe a thing
I
she
don't,
says.
but I do believe one of these days she's gonna lose her shit on YouTube, right in front of everybody. She's gonna lose it because she kind of looks like she's just about ready to.
Yeah, but she said she had cancer. Does she really have cancer?
I don't know.
Obviously not now. I guess she's a recovering patient or something. I don't know.
Because she
But it
smokes
makes
an
no
awful
sense.
lot.
Why would she take the SD? Why would she take the SD cards out of the cameras?
Because she wants to hide
because they had shit on them that was. You don't take the SD cards and destroy them unless they got something incriminating on them, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. That's why people that's why they use them burner phones.
Yeah. And speaking of burner phones, I mean, seriously, who goes on YouTube? I mean, come on, Andrew. Really? You have to show people you have not one, not two,
And
not three.
Jody
but
Sue
4
Brown,
phones.
supposedly an ex-hooker, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's word on the street. I don't know, but
She used to be a stripper. We looked that up a long time ago.
Yeah, I know she was. Anyway,
Yeah.
she was neighborhood hoe. But anyhow, and
What
trust me,
was?
nobody liked her.
What do you mean?
Nobody
was?
liked her.
What do you
Nobody.
mean was?
But anyway, with that being said, if there's something on that card that she could use to blackmail someone with, you think she wouldn't? Absolutely, she would.
Oh, she would.
She would.
Oh, you know what? In my
Well, she
opinion,
don't like it right now that Andy's got another woman.
but in my opinion, she is such a scorn, evil woman that she is still pissy ass mad because they did not get that land. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past her doing something to Summer, for payback to the Wells for not selling them that land, because she is a evil, pathetic woman. She's so scorned, and she hates the world so bad, that she will make a person pay. She will make a person pay.
Circle jerk says there's nothing wrong with them kind of people. I appreciate women working for their money. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, and
um,
go on YouTube with
I don't think
the Amazon
I
list.
don't think there's any amount of money in this world worth letting people abuse you and use you as an object like that. Absolutely not.
Nope.
Did you read what Ronald said? Circle jerk. Did you know General Hooker was my cousin? Well, yeah. I don't know. She's an evil. I mean, I don't watch her. I only hear from what people say that she has said. But
that
no,
that could be true, Maura. Absolutely, that could be
What?
true.
yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Yeah, I believe it. But what did they? So in that short of a time, what do you? I mean, like, what could have happened to Summer? I mean, like, was it planned to hand her off? Was it, an accident afterwards? You know that. I mean, did somebody grab her and ran with her? Did what they did to her and then suffocated her?
Well,
We don't know. We don't. I mean, like, I'm just speaking.
I mean, if Fred Hill indeed went up on that hill, right? Because he seen Summer up there swimming. Once he climbed up the hill, he was pretty mad because when he got up there, he realized that Jody Sue's son. I guess he thought that Summer was alone that day out there, right, in the pool, and then he finds Jody Sue's son's up there, in the pool as well. And he's thinking dirty thoughts he's thinking that this boy is thinking dirty thoughts, right?
Right.
I mean, but he definitely had them in his mind to be thinking someone else had them in theirs, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, what I'm saying is, if Jody Sue's son wouldn't have been there, could Summer have been gone that day? I mean, is that the only time old Fred slipped up on the hill? Does Don and Candace even know Fred slipped up on the hill that day? And, seeing this boy in the pool with their daughter, do they have any idea that all of this was going on? I mean, we don't know. And these are the things that we're not getting any answers to because Don and Candace is too afraid to come out here and give answers because people, anytime they get with a creator, that creator wants to control them. That creator wants to tell them what to say, what not to say. Wait a minute, hold on. You can't do that. You can't do that. They have a right. They have a right to, to clear up some of the accusations and things that's going on, where it concerns their daughter. It is their daughter that's missing, and they have every right to say, "Hey, no, I didn't know this, or I did." But these people don't want to bring this kind of stuff up, to the Wells because they're afraid that, they won't have the Wells in their pocket anymore. But I don't think that's true. I think that, if the Wells really didn't do anything to their child, I think they're looking and seeking answers as much as anyone else out here is. And I think they would, love to get some insight on, on what's being said and able to say, hey, I didn't know this, or I knew I was, but I didn't think about it in that aspect. You know, what I'm saying is things like this could help them figure out more of what really happened to their daughter if indeed they don't know, right?
Yeah.
I
Well, I had to go
mean,
mute myself because I got to go to the bathroom.
you gotta go see the tidy bowl man. All right.
Don't, don't. Hey, is it close? Is it in your bedroom?
She gone.
Or do you have to walk to the kitchen to go?
Wisconsin mama's like, I gotta go. All right.
I know, right? But there's so many narratives that it could be, but then in the same token, you got so many people that wants to put like
Why did Dudley say boys said Don carried Summer out of the base? The boys couldn't have told Dudley anything about what Don did June the 15th because Dudley was no longer employed by Donald. They were already fighting at that time and not on speaking terms. And Dudley wouldn't have been around none of the kids. None of the kids, because if you remember, Dudley was Don's first suspect of taking his daughter, right?
no, wasn't it that
Because
one?
he had
What
fired him.
wasn't it that one that died?
No, it was the first one was Dudley because he had just fired him.
Oh, okay. So the second one
The
that
second
died.
one, the second one was Mr. Dobbs.
Well, when did he start suspecting the guy that died?
I think that Jerry guy came in somewhere down the road. Don't hold me to it, but I'm pretty sure Jerry came in somewhere down the road.
And then the sex offenders, they didn't know they had that many, according to Candace.
Marge Simpson.
And then the tree trimmers, they got blamed for it too.
Everybody got blamed for Summer coming up missing.
Dudley wasn't at the house the Sunday before Summer came up missing for his paycheck. It was the Sunday before Summer came up missing. Dudley and his wife went working on one of the houses because Don couldn't be there because supposedly Jose was up there with Grandis. That is how that story went.
And then that one girl that ended up dead, that was Candace's friend, that was about to go to court.
Right.
Breonna Tester, I think.
Yeah, she came up dead too.
And then Marlena's husband.
Oh, I didn't know about that one.
He passed.
Natural?
No, Lisa. Dudley was the one that Don fired before Summer, like the day. He fired Dudley on Monday. Summer came up missing on Tuesday.
And Jody Sue didn't like that Mr. Dobbs either.
Well, no. There's something just isn't right with that woman. Something don't sit right with her, with me. I just, how we all have just this gut feeling. I have a horrible gut feeling. So.
And Dudley did say her truck did not match his truck.
Right.
There's just too much. I mean, there's too much that was brought into
There's
Summer's missing.
there's a lot of different avenues, but it
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be too hard. It wouldn't be too hard to block off them avenues if all of them people had to take lie detectors tests, right?
Yeah, and
I mean, I think that Allie and Hunter and them should have been asked to take lie detectors tests, right? Because they were directly involved with this child, and
Yeah.
on the 15th.
yes,
Um,
exactly.
I think that Jody Sue and Andy should have been asked to take lie detectors tests and their
Yeah.
son because they were directly involved with the wells numerous times during that
But
time.
her daughter also said she seen her body.
No, the daughter
No.
said that her dad was screaming at her brother, saying he had to be the last one to see Summer's dead body.
Oh.
That's how that one went.
Hmm.
And Jody Sue wasn't mentioning Bubs was there. He was, or Bugs, or whatever they call him, was there. He was just saying her and her daughter, but the daughter's the one that outed the brother being there, right?
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Well,
you
I
know,
have.
there's so much, right? There's so much in all of this,
Yeah.
and
I think so much that doesn't need to be.
right, and that's what I'm saying. We've got to keep sight on that timeline. We've got to keep sight. You know, what we got to remember is law enforcement wasn't called till 6:30 p.m.
Yeah.
So, and from what Jody Sue's saying, and Fred Hill saying, it seems like Summer came up missing somewhere between the 4:30 and 5 o'clock mark, and still law enforcement wasn't contacted for an hour and a half. Um, something don't sound right
Yeah.
about all of
Why?
that.
Yeah. Why take so long?
Right, absolutely. Absolutely.
That would be a question that I would ask if I had one question.
So, I don't know. I just think that we're not going the only thing's going to bring Summer home is the truth. Is the truth, and why none of these people are telling the truth. I mean, for this 5-year-old child, she's 5 years old. A 5-year-old baby comes up missing, and these fuckers think they have time to tell a bunch of lies and play games, and it's bullshit, right? It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
And I don't understand it. And I got a feeling that when the truth comes out, when we do, we will. Like God says, the Bible says, the truth will come to light. Whatever you do in the dark will come to light. God will drag it out there. At some point, it's going to be dragged into the light. Whoever did this, whether they like it or not, it will be dragged into the light. We will learn and know the truth. At some point, we're going to know the truth. Maybe at that time, we might realize we didn't want to know it, right?
Right.
It could be that horrible. We might not want to know what the truth was about this. But whatever it is, trust and believe it will be pulled to the light. I know this. But everything's on God's time, not on ours. It's on His. When God wants the truth out, it'll be out. Until then, We just have to keep working to get that truth, right?
Oh yeah.
God helps those who help themselves. And we are helping ourselves to help Summer. And that's what we got to keep doing if we want to. Must seek what you want to find, right? You must seek what you want to find.
Well, we're seeking. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
You know.
And I think we're doing a great job. We're doing a great job at it, right?
I think we are.
You know,
I think we are.
Pam's hilarious, right?
Oh, I know. Wasn't that funny?
I'll tell you what, she's got a lot of knowledge on Summer Wells' case.
Yeah, she does. She does.
Pam is very knowledgeable when it comes to Summer's case.
Yeah.
And I appreciate her insight. I absolutely do. But yeah.
Whoa, Lisa Jensen. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know for fact? I mean, yeah, I know you're speaking your opinion, but how do you know for fact that Don messed with Summer? How do you guys? I can't even say it because there's no proof of it.
I
can't.
know I can't say nothing like that. In all honesty, I don't believe he did. I mean, I don't believe that because he don't have the characteristics of doing that to his blood, to his own blood. There's nowhere. I mean, even his sisters came out and said absolutely not. So, and I will not put that on anyone without proof. No one. Accusations like that can ruin a human's whole life if it's not truth. And we have no proof of anything like that at all. Yeah, that's we don't. And I mean, I know a lot of people have assumptions. They have their assumptions on that particular topic. I don't know about that. I mean, I do not know anything about that. I do think, there's a possibility. There's always that possibility that, I don't put nothing past human beings. I don't put anything past human beings. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, unless there's proof of something like that, you don't say it. Absolutely don't say it. Right.
Well, PG, I'm going to step down.
I don't believe that happened either. I mean, Candace said, if we remember right, Candace said, if I would have been there. But then again, Candace also said, I wish if I'd have went out there with her. So where did she go out to? Right?
Yeah.
I think it's possible if Candace is guilty of anything, it was trying to be sound like the perfect mom that day when she knows she wasn't. She may not have had any idea where Summer was running around to, right?
Right.
And, Summer could have been anywhere. And, and Candace didn't want Donald thinking that she wasn't keeping an eye on his daughter because, you got to live with that man, or you think you have to live with him the rest of your life. And you do not want to hear every day what a sorry bitch you was, right? Not watching the kid. Not having your eyes on the kid. I mean, a man is, a man probably wouldn't have did any better, but you know, they don't think about that. They just think about men think that us women are supposed to be able to multitask a million things at one time, right?
Yeah.
We're supposed to be like superheroes.
We're superheroes.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, we're supposed to be superheroes.
Yeah.
And nobody can keep an eye on a child 24/7. No way.
No.
Everybody has a kid. You know, we all had the kid that bumped his head and we didn't see it.
Right.
Everybody had the kid that, you know, stepped on the wet kitchen floor and slipped on his ass, right?
Yeah.
I
We
mean,
did.
kids are fast, they're quick. They do things.
Yeah. So Lisa, you're right. JSB did put that out about Summer. Yeah. And so, you know, for her putting that out there and saying that about Summer, that her dad did that to her, and if there's any truth to it, she should probably burn in hell herself. Because if she knew that and she didn't turn that into the police, you know,
Right.
all these people that have made these accusations that Summer had been touched by these
Are the
people.
very ones that didn't do a damn thing to save Summer.
Exactly. They didn't do anything. And
Right.
see, so that's pretty, that's why I
And
don't
that
believe it.
and that alone should make us not want to hear or think about that particular person, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't know why anyone pays any attention to Jody Sue Brown, a woman that says she knew all of these things but done nothing to save that child. Right?
Yeah.
Actually, she called that child a freaking brat.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. She
So,
beat that child down,
you
not
know,
lifted it up.
you're right. I believe that she'll say anything on YouTube to keep so people will run with her story, but she needs to just shut up. You know,
And if you took notice, Jody Sue Brown has tried to keep the attention everywhere except on her ass as well. Well, actually, on her son.
on her son.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's the one.
wait.
That's the
Her
one she's hid. That's the one she's
children.
hid.
Her
Right?
children. Her son is a grown man. He's
She
not
has.
a child.
Jody Sue Brown has hid her son like you would hide a freaking
$100 bill. So
like you would hide the family steal from law enforcement. Right?
There you have it. There you have it.
Exactly what she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly what she's doing. And anytime you got somebody trying to hide something like that, something ain't right. Something ain't right. Right?
Junkyard America. What should we ask Upchurch? I read your question. I mean, what should we ask Upchurch?
I can't ask Upchurch nothing. He don't be talking to YouTubers much anymore.
Oh, he knows the answers.
Oh, Upchurch has all the answers.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something.
Well,
You know, the way he handled in order to get the light on the Romney case, Kylie Romney, the way he handled that was amazing. It was amazing. You know what he did. I mean, I know that it was a little out there, but he wanted to draw attention to her case, and his strategy was awesome to get it done. I have to give Upchurch that. I have to give it to him. He's no he's not stupid at all. He absolutely knew what he was doing, and it worked. It absolutely worked. And that little girl she needed the focus.
Yeah.
At that particular time, she needed all focus on her to get her found and, at least laid to rest. I know
Yeah.
she got no justice, but she did get laid to rest. And, and if Summer could just get that,
Yeah.
that's all I could ask for. That's all I
Right.
could ask for. Nothing more, nothing less. It ain't about justice. It's about getting this child found and laid to rest properly so her brothers can get closure and rest as well.
Well, yeah. It's about Summer.
Yes.
And, and if she wants to sit over there, but I get so mad when she says things like about Summer, and it's like, well, if you were the superhero of the whole neighborhood, then why didn't you help those children? If all this is so called true that runs out of your mouth every day. I mean, it's
Who's saying, Robin, who's saying that there is a little body in the plants?
Oh, somebody had said maybe she's buried by the flower garden on the Wells land.
No, I don't think so. If she would have been put there, they'd have done dug that up.
Yeah, they would have smelled it like right away. No, I don't believe she's on the land, on the property. No, I believe somebody ran off with her and
I
did
think
it.
he's right. I think Summer is right there in that area. Where, I don't know, but I'm with law enforcement. I truly believe she's right there in that area somewhere.
In the area, yeah, but not I don't believe she's on their land. I mean, up on the hill.
You don't know when people are fighting you. When people are fighting, what I'm trying to say is, if you got a missing child, you're not going to give a damn who's walking on your land. Anybody wants to search, please do search, right?
Right.
I mean, you're not going to be backing people away. You're going to be welcoming them too, right? Because you want to find this child. And the way Don and Candace is acting, hell, the way they're acting, that would be the perfect place. If someone else did something to her, that would be the perfect place to put her, because they ain't going to let her, they don't think she's there, right? They ain't allowing nobody to look. So that would be the perfect place to stick her. I mean, if you think like a criminal, if you think like a true criminal, that would be the ideal place. And a real mastermind criminal, that's exactly where they would have put her. They, not only to frame the Wells, but to also,
Oh, I believe that.
knowing they ain't gonna let their land be checked.
Right.
There you go. I mean,
somebody keeps asking. This Jessica, she wants to know when you're gonna do a call-in night, because she wants to call in.
Well, I don't know how much charge my phone has that I use to do this. So, let me charge it, and we can do a call-in night tomorrow. God willing, if we're here, yes, we can do a call-in night tomorrow night. But yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, Lady Q, I remember that. Yeah. Lady Q was saying that she'll never forget how mad Jody Sue Brown got mad at Lady Q, for asking if Summer might have been put in the septic tank. Yeah, she got pretty furious.
Yeah, I bet she did. And if the reason law enforcement won't even go there is because what's inside of there would have disintegrated even the bone, and they know it. I mean, it would turn everything into liquid.
What do you mean bipolar? Jose said everyone will be shocked when we find out what happened to Summer. Then he was dead.
What?
Bipolar 63 said that Jose said everyone will be shocked when we find out what happened to Summer, and then he was dead.
Yo, yeah. I mean, that Leslie lady just, I mean, these people just like boom out of the blue, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I do believe I saw the text messages between Jody and Andy that day. I'm pretty sure I did. Did you, PG?
Huh?
Did you see the text messages between Jody and Andy that day that Summer came up missing? I'm sure you had to have.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I seen all the pictures. I seen all them pictures from day one. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. I know what Jody Sue looked like.
Yeah, Jesse, if you want to come up on panel, come up on panel. No, we're not going to see you, I mean, PG will see your face, and then you turn off your camera, and then your hair still can condition.
Right.
You're gonna Julia, who's gonna send you 3 pans of brownies?
I'm ordering 3 huge pans of brownies, and I'm going to have to.
Oh, she's she has her hair conditioning and she's in her bra. She's gonna throw a top on. That's probably a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we've all been on a roller coaster with this case. We've all had our ups and downs, and I mean, enough to make your head spin, literally, But we have to find, you have to check every single thing, we have to check everything, everything. Yeah, she did. She lied on Don. Yeah, Lisa, she lied on Don. Yeah. And I'm surprised that Don Wells hasn't been over there. I mean, well,
Do not let the tatas out. Don't let the tatas out. Don't offend PG's eyes.
so Jesse, are you gonna...
You don't even have to open your camera. I just bring you up, and I'll put the until I hear your voice. I'll just put the big screen up. You just have to, you don't even have to open your camera. Once they hear your voice, then I'll remove the screen. Yeah, no tatas.
Yeah, 120 acres. I mean, we've all heard too many lies. She says PG. It's like I ain't taking
I
no
ain't taking no
chances.
chances.
Well, she could just do
I
a call in
That's the
tomorrow.
one thing I can tell you. One thing I tell you on YouTube is I can't open your camera. And you have to open your own camera. No one can open your camera but you. That's the great thing on YouTube. No one can open that camera but you.
Come on, Jazz, hurry up and come up. I need to get off so I can go to bed. I want to hear what you have to say.
I can mute a person. I can do that. YouTubers can mute people, but you can unmute yourself as soon as you're muted. So I
You
don't know
know,
what good that is.
crazy Italian lady. That you're right. It could have been. It could have been one of the tree cutters. I mean, one of the tree cutters might have come back, in their own vehicle. But would they have had time to come back? Would it fit the timeline? What time did the tree cutters leave?
And beautiful sunflower said, "Oh, do keep black tape covering your camera in case." That is hilarious. She said, "Hold on, Wisconsin mama. You have to stay there for this."
Anywho, come on.
That's all you need to go shopping in Walmart. Yeah, that's the truth.
Hmm. Well, and there's something that we probably should look at.
Um,
What?
and something, there was some kind of driver up there that day as well at the wells, and I do not understand. Matter of fact, that particular driver was the one saying that they had seen um a vehicle around there or something. And right, how come we didn't ever get that driver's name? How come the Wells didn't get information upon that driver? How come they're Summer's parents? How come they did not get the information about who this driver was? And you know, I mean, the UPS guy took the other little girl. Who's to say that who was this driver up there that day, right?
Right. And who's to
Absolutely
say
could.
one didn't?
We don't know what went on, right? We don't
Well,
know.
that's just it. We don't know what time they left. Well, according to
Right.
JS, but
Absolutely.
one could have had enough time to come back.
And that law enforcement up there, that law enforcement, I would want I would want documentation. First thing I would have done is lawyered up. If I was the Wales, I would have lawyered up. Not for me and my better half, but I would have lawyered up for my child. I would have lawyered up, making sure that law enforcement had to turn over every damn stitch
Yeah.
of evidence and everything they had, and everyone they talked to, and my lawyer would relay it back to me and my family, because you know who's to say they ain't telling you who the driver was. That's kind of like them not telling you um, what Ronnie Lawson's son was convicted for or how old the person was, right?
Right.
So, I mean, who the hell was this driver? Could it have been his son? We don't know.
No.
We don't know who the hell it was. All we know, we got a missing child, right?
Yep. Somebody had enough time to grab her and take her.
I'm bringing you up, Robin. If you want to close your camera, hon, I'm bringing you up. How you doing, Robin?
It's just me. I actually had a really, really long talk with Don Wells today.
On Messenger?
on Messenger. Yeah.
How'd that go?
And I mean, I told him about what happened with my daughter. That's what started the conversation, and how that, this is affecting me about Summer. And he was telling me that he thinks that Candace had a stroke, but I thought that was a while back. I didn't say anything about it, but um I, he said something about that he was gonna get a hold of Robin and ask about a birthday celebration. I said, no, what you need to do, Don, is you and Candace need to get your flyers out, go to a plaza, call the news, and scream your daughter's name. People will think different about you guys if you guys do that, and if you keep doing it. He said he's never had someone say that to him before. I just have a different feeling now that I've talked to him. I mean, I don't know what it is. I told him, I said, go talk to Prayer Garden, go talk to, he said something about how welfare is stopping them from doing this, that, and the other, how they're trying to control their lives. And I said, you know what they don't know won't hurt them. They need money, they need a job, they need, an attorney, blah 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 blah. And I see Trevor's talking to him now, and I don't know, there's something about everything that's been said is I'm not believing it no more. I'm not.
Well, because everybody attacked them.
Right,
Yeah.
but
That's what we were talking
It
about in the beginning, how everybody attacked
wasn't
them.
that, well, everyone attacked them because, Cher was, acting like they were guilty. Oh, don't say this, and oh, don't say that, and then making, like they were hiding stuff. And Benny done the same thing to him, right?
Right.
mhm,
Benny done the same thing to him, and and that led everyone to believe that what else could they be but effing guilty, right? They didn't
mhm,
get an opportunity to have any fear. Well, I wasn't a YouTuber at the time, so I couldn't help them in any way at that particular time, right?
mhm.
As far as YouTube went, um, and and they did seem they did seem to be trying to take all the focus. All I'm saying is, you know when you take a look back, and that's what we've been doing here lately, taking a look back.
Mhm.
We've got to go back to the beginning, and that's what I've been doing. And as you guys see, I've been bringing so many lies to the table, right? Hunter's lies, all the different lies that has been going down the pike from day one. We've been catching them one after the other. And
He does feel like Hunter is a suspect.
and the bottom line is I also have to go back, and I have to, like I said, I have to realize why were the wells looking the way they was looking.
Mhm.
And I realized, they didn't have a fair shake. They didn't
Mhm.
have anyone. They didn't have anyone um, helping them along. They didn't have
That-
anyone truly helping them along. I
That's
mean, I was,
exactly what.
I, I
That's
was,
exactly. That's
I was,
exactly what he said.
I, I, I was. I think I was the only one in there
Yep.
helping him truly at the beginning, until I started hearing, Cher telling him to shut up, don't say this and that, and then Benny and I mean, it got to a point that it was like, wait a minute, this ain't looking right. It's not looking right, no matter how I looked at it. And, but if I
Hmm.
have to, if I have to take a step back and I've got to open, and I'm not a closed mind person at all. That's one thing I'm not. I keep an open mind all the time.
He doesn't play
And
dumb.
if I
He
have to go
plays
back and I
smart.
look, you know, they really share, and really the people Dom Wells was socializing, him and Candace were trusting and
Hmm.
act like they were socializing themselves with, were the devil. Those people are the reason Don and Candace Wells is in the fix that they're in right now. Um, they basically they painted the picture. They painted them the picture of their guilt by, you know, like Cam. Cam act like he's always doing them a favor by finding someone to throw under the bus. Donald don't need anyone thrown under a bus. What Donald needs is to talk about the 15th, what really happened. I found that Candace did not lie about, when she said that Hunter's a liar. He did not go out there and pull my daughter up and save her. She was telling the truth, right? She was telling the truth. Candace was telling the truth about a few things, not just one thing, but she was telling the truth about a few things. And we missed it. We totally missed it because we wanted to believe these other people, right? These
Right.
Hmm.
people that were lying, for what reason? They had no, what I'm saying is, if they done nothing, they had no reason to be telling these damn lies. So now that I'm taking note that they, all these lies, I'm saying, what is your involvement in this that you felt you had to lie like that? What the
Exactly.
hell are you covering up that you feel you had to lie like that? Are these two people really innocent? Are they really, is these parents innocent of of what happened to their daughter? Do they truly need people's help out here to get to the bottom of it? Are they really scared? Scared not just for their boys, but for themselves as well? Yes, they are. Trust me, they are. Because they're messing with some really evil fucking people.
So he told you that they need.
I, what I suggested him do is keep
Donald's
Summer
back to work.
keep Summer's name out there. Whatever you got to do. I did it, you can do it. I
Um,
did it.
what are you talking about welfare? Because he's working.
Oh, he said he has to pay child support and
Oh yeah, that's true.
he said that the welfare's been they try to dictate to them what they can and can't do as far as YouTube. Um but I told him, I said, you know what? Forget everybody else. Talk to Fur Garden.
I'm
If
going to tell you something. Tell welfare to kiss the backside of your ass. You got a missing 5-year-old daughter, and you're going to do everything in your power to find her. And that is your God given parental right to get done. And they would
right,
be doing nothing any different. That's what he
right,
needs to tell them. And if he can't do it, then you know what? I will tell him for him. Absolutely.
right. I told him, I said, forget a celebration for
And I'd also
Summer.
tell him in the same breath, don't forget those those three boys. Those three boys were made up of Don and Candace Wells, not
Hmm.
anyone else. Don and Candace Wells. Those are their children, regardless to how Child Protective Services wants to think. I know that Child Protective Services, you know, like to feel their power and they like to feel their authority and they like to feel all of their bullshit. But at the end of the fucking day, Don and Candace Wells are the true parents of those boys, and they can't do a damn thing. They can't do one damn thing without the Wells' permission. Absolutely not.
Did he happen to say why he thinks H um
He
is his?
didn't.
No.
He didn't. He just He just suspects him on of something. He didn't go into detail. All I was basically trying to get him to do was get the
Well, you
flyers
just showed
out.
him support. That's what you did.
Right. And get the flyers out. Forget.
Did he tell you why he suspected Hunter?
No.
Okay. Um, he
He just
Lady Q.
suspects him.
She said he didn't tell her why he suspects Hunter. Um,
But he didn't
I
say
think I
anyone
think
Oh,
else.
you
He
want to
just
put the
said
link out,
Hunter.
PG?
I think that he suspects Hunter. Because I sent him some information. Um, I sent him some information that you know he had no idea of.
I told him,
So
you
just
know,
just use your phone, Jess. Use your
I,
phone. Click on the link.
Anytime, Lady Q, girl, you know I got your back.
I told him to get a hold of Robin if she doesn't want to be in agreement of it, which I don't see why she wouldn't, but have a celebration in Walmart Plaza with flyers in summer, you know, begging for their daughter, you
They
know.
don't have to listen to CPS when it comes to their freedom of speech, and they don't
That's
have to
right.
listen
That's
to
what he
and they
said
don't have
too.
to listen to CPS when it comes to finding their daughter. They have every right to be looking and asking everyone and anyone for help for their child. Absolutely. CPS could go take a flying, you know what?
Okay, so I'm trying to get Karen up. I'm trying to get Jess up here. So
Okay.
click
Um,
on the StreamYard.
how you doing, girl?
There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we
Yeah.
sure can. Just don't hit the camera button.
Jess, you're gonna have to call me in the morning to wake me up so
So,
I can get on work at time.
so you can hear me.
We
Yes,
can hear you.
Why can't I hear me?
I don't know.
No.
I think it's because we're supposed to hear you and you're supposed to hear us.
Oh, okay. Checking. Doing a mic check. I have never done this before.
Do you have a TV on behind you or anything
And
like?
she might not have clicked out of YouTube. You have a tab up at the top says StreamYard. You got one that says YouTube. You click out of YouTube.
So do I have to redo it?
No, you just look at the tabs at the top of your screen.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll have one that says StreamYard. Do not click out of it. Just click out
Okay.
of the other one.
Got it. It says you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you.
Absolutely.
I'm not big on the seeing thing.
But you got to click out of StreamYard.
Oh, something all
Not StreamYard. Out of
Not
YouTube.
StreamYard.
Keep StreamYard up. Click out YouTube. At the top, the tab that says YouTube. Click it. Take it down. There you go. I think. She went out of. You went out of StreamYard. It was the other one. She'll get it. She'll get it. Don't worry.
You know, my husband bought cookies today, and I want a cookie, and they're all gone.
Come back in, hon. Take the link. Come back in.
Well, my conversation with him, I also shared the news about how I went on the news, and him and Candace sat there and watched it and cried. They miss summer so bad, they don't know what to do. They really don't. And it's hurting so bad
Oh, girl, don't cry.
Don't
because we
cry.
all miss summer.
That we do. That we do. We all love her. We all love her like she's one of our own, right? Okay, I'm bringing you back up. Just
Okay.
okay. You're on panel now.
That we do. That we do.
Okay.
We all love her. We all love her like she's one of our own, right?
Okay, you got to click out of YouTube, hon.
Okay.
Okay, you're on panel now.
Alrighty.
Did you click out of
So you
YouTube?
don't need to have a little celebration on their own. They can do what they want. Nobody owns them.
Okay, you got.
We better now.
Did she click out of YouTube?
Oh, how do I click out of YouTube?
There you go. You did
Okay,
it.
you obviously did, hon. You obviously did.
Did?
Yeah,
You're
we
good.
can hear you
Go
better.
ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, PG. I'm new to
Oh,
this. I do good to work the phone, hon. I do.
it-
I mean, you know,
Hey, you're doing great. You're doing awesome.
I've never been up on panel, but I've been dying to just kind of voice my feelings on Little Summer because I love her.
Well, you go right ahead and do that. Absolutely. Wisconsin Mama. I'm
What?
gonna go check on my daughter. Will you run things for a second?
Oh, where's everybody going?
Sure. No, no, no.
Well,
You
I
just stay
know.
here,
I'm
Jess.
not going nowhere. I'm just stepping away from my desk for a second.
Now everybody's changing names and locations.
Oh,
No, we're
it's
all here.
okay.
We're all here, hon.
She'll be back. She just has
I've
to do
always said they're
something.
on to us. We better change names and locations. They're on to us.
So, Jess, what did you want to say about Summer?
But somebody tried to get me to come up before back in the day, but PG kind of had, you know, her feelings towards, you know, Candace, and I wasn't going to go against them. But since day one, I just felt like they're not guilty. Dawn and Candace are not. I mean, I'm not saying they're perfect. They're not.
They're
But
not.
who is? You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
I just think about it like this. You know, my brother, he's country as can be, but he's a good dad. And I've thought so many times about when they would get home, him and Crystal with the kids, and they would pull up on the mountain, and the kids would get out and take off running and playing and doing their thing up on the hill.
Yeah.
And I could just see that happening. And I feel like if it's not JSB, then who is it? Because she was right there. She had opportunity. And I've got two reasons why she done it. And she does have co-defendants. I'm shaking inside thinking, just talking about it, I get so mad because I feel like she knows. I'm
Yeah.
quivering on the inside. Because that's how mad I get at her because I know as she's a mother. But can I tell you all that I've been to prison? Are y'all going to look down on me?
No, not at all.
I'm not going to care if y'all did. But
Well, we don't.
I
We
have
all
been to
have our own
prison.
problems.
And, you know, when I went to prison, I didn't realize the women that's in there for hurting kids on every level, you know, and it opened my eyes up that women are not exempt by no means.
No.
And I feel like it's her and her son and a couple others. And Candace, bless her heart, and Candace, if you're listening to this, I'm not putting you down by no means. Please know this. But her and Dawn talk different and they say things different and how they say it, and everybody takes it wrong. But I can kind of see how they're saying it and I take it the way they're meaning it. And Candace, she ain't got the guts to speak out because everybody's going to look down on her.
Right.
You know, and you see how she always keeps her head down? She always keeps her head down and she turns her head. She's always like she don't feel good enough. You know,
Very
you can
low
tell.
Candace is very,
self-esteem.
very intimidated.
Yeah,
People.
you can tell that.
Mm-hmm.
But in that one interview when Dawn and Candace was with the news,
And not only that, but the people that they've talked to, they all make they have all made Don and Candace feel like, you know, they're gonna screw up, they're gonna mess up.
Yes. Well, the
You
thing
know,
is,
they
everybody's
haven't
giving
really
them
no confidence in these people at
Yeah.
all, have they?
everybody's giving them a lot of credit, saying that they could pull that off because when them dogs and the FBI, TBI, when they were there, they didn't hit on Summer there. They didn't hit on no. If she'd have died in that vehicle on the way back from that water pond or whatever, they would have hit on that vehicle. They would have smelled her in the vehicle. They didn't hit on that. All that evidence speaks for itself. You see what I'm saying? And the
I'm
fact
going
that
to be honest with you. Those dogs, from my understandings, the dogs didn't hit on anything. That's what the truth is supposed to be now.
yeah, I thought they said it went to the road, and then the handler said it stopped at Jody Sue's feet, and the other handler, another dog handler, said that if that had been them and their dog doing it, they would have automatically, when that dog stopped at her feet, she would have alerted the cops because that right there's a sign. That's what I mean. It stopped
Right
at Jody Sue's feet, and then why would
now,
Jody Sue openly admit, and it was stupid on her part to say that she walked in the creek for that purpose?
um,
You see what I'm saying?
to be honest with you, I think that Jody Sue, you know, well, she acted first like she walked in the creek to not mess up the
Hmm.
scent of summer scent was somewhere around.
Right, but that's just
Um,
that's
and
not logic at all.
and that was,
Yeah.
total bullshit.
Yes,
And
that's a
not only
stupid
that,
statement.
but I also heard that them dogs didn't hit on anything. I heard they did not go down a dog trail or anything else.
Okay,
All of that was
good deal.
total
I didn't know.
BS.
I didn't know that.
It's supposed to be all total BS.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. Q and A. Q and A.
Yeah. Do you believe the wells were targeted?
Yes, and I think Jody Sue done it. And I tell you, and I'm going to tell you her motive, and it's going to sound so. There's no reason to ever hurt a child, but her reason is she was getting ready to get put off that hill. Andy was leaving her, and she's the kind. And even though he beat her, Jody Sue, you're trying to do everything you can to keep him. And she felt like even though that land wasn't hers, if she could have scored that land for her in-laws, she's still in with Andy. You feel me? And I
Yeah.
think her getting. I'm just saying. And see, the day that Andy Jr. was up on that property and those women picked him out,
Right.
and Candace is so naive. She was like, "Oh no, that wasn't him. He knows he's allowed." She's not thinking about him peeping. See, that didn't hit her mind. She didn't
Nothing.
go there with that. She's just thinking, "Well, why would Andy be up here creeping? He knows he's allowed up here." But even though it was him, because he was peeping,
Right.
you
And
see what
and,
I'm saying?
and
And
it's
she didn't look at
very
it like that. Candace
and
didn't
it,
go that route with it.
and it's very, and to see how fast he got up there and how fast he
Hmm.
got off, he could have
And
done the
she
same thing with her daughter.
was down there every day at that driveway every day, but the 15th she wasn't down there because I'm just I just in my heart I feel like she knows something. If her hands ain't completely dirty, they're halfway dirty, and like I said, she does have co-defendants. And I'm going to throw your son in this, Jody Sue. And if you want to talk to me about it, honey, we can talk about it all day long. I'm dying to talk to you.
And not
Yeah.
only that, but also Allie was going to and Andy's work.
I don't trust her either.
They
I don't
they
trust Allie.
knew each other. They
Hmm.
all knew each other. And yeah,
Interstate on the way home, him and
you know,
Summer was looking at TikTok
what
videos.
way to get someone off of their property
Exactly.
faster than making them lose a child upon it, right?
Exactly. And then think about it. That hill was cleared. Everybody was gone. And I
Absolutely.
do think it's unfair they put Don in jail while his daughter was missing. I cannot believe that man was in there that long. Could you imagine being in there knowing your child's gone and there's nothing you can do about it?
Ronnie Lawson's son went from 20 down to 1, right?
I
And they
know
weren't going to
exactly.
make him do that one until people started complaining.
And if Don and Candace are guilty,
But
I'll
they
admit my wrongs.
but
I'll
they
admit it.
but
You
they
know
made
it.
sure Donald didn't only do a 6, but added a couple extra months because he didn't want to comply with all their bullshit, right?
That sheriff's a joke. Ronnie Lawson, you're a joke. I hope you listen to all this. You don't need to be a sheriff. You don't need to have a badge.
No,
I
he
used
needs to get up off his ass and look for
I
Summer.
lived in Rogersville. I lived down there.
Oh, have you?
Yes, ma'am. I lived in what's it called? You go to Tazeville, Bean Station, Millsboro, Bean Station, Rogersville. My son lives in Rogersville right now.
Oh.
If my car wasn't down, I just need brakes. I'd done been down there. 'Cause I want to come find Summer and I want to go straight to you, Jody Sue. And I'm going because I know she knows. I've got a notebook right here with all her inconsistencies, her lies. She said 2 different dates and times when she last saw Summer. One of them, she said she saw her coming out of the bathroom naked, crying for a towel. Then the next time she said the last time she saw her was down at the creek with Candace and the boys, and the puppy was in the creek. So how you got two different dates and times? How's that? How are the cops not questioning her about that? Anytime there's somebody around that could have a reason and could be a suspect, and they got two different dates and times when they claim they last saw somebody, that's a little fishy.
I agree.
I mean, I'm just, I don't know, and I could be all wrong. I mean, because there are so many SO people around there, but I just feel like giving.
Yeah, but those SO people ain't keeping their nose stuck in this case the way Jody Sue Brown is.
Exactly. And I've got this notebook here, and I can write. I've got everything down when she said it, dates and times, to throw back at her that she lied. She lied again. She's wrong. At first, she was upholding Donna Candace. They love their daughter. That everybody, we loved Summer. Da 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 da. She was taking up for Donna Candace, and then all of a sudden, she flipped.
Well, I'll tell you when she flipped. She flipped when
I mean,
she was on that phone, telling Candace how Candace needed to give her, that Candace needed to keep giving her some of them gift cards and that money and stuff. And Candace is like, I don't know what to tell you, and one thing and another. And then when Candace got off the phone, I'm like, what the hell, why the hell she thinks that she deserves anything, part of everything you're getting? Is she giving you half of what the fuck she's getting? And Candace says no. I says, when you let her know that you ain't giving her shit as well. And
if I was Candace, I'd done went up on Jody Sue, because I think Candace and Dawn knows, because even Dawn said in that news interview that day,
that's when it all went bad. And Candace was being nice. I don't know why she was giving Jody Sue any fucking thing to begin with, but
she doesn't have a friend or think she's got one.
But anyway, well, Jody Sue also said there was a scream, and the scream, and then Don and Candace asked her to change that timeline, and she wouldn't. Now I don't, that's kind of,
Who said Don and Candace asked her to change that timeline?
She came right on her live and said that they called her and asked her to change up stuff.
I don't believe nothing. I half the time I don't even believe she's breathing. I don't trust anything about her. I don't.
I believe
there's something about her that's all wrong.
Well, I particularly do believe that, because I am the one that brought Don's attention to the fact that scream was too early for when the police was called.
She heard the screams because she made the scream. You see what I'm saying?
And then right after that, Jody Sue came on her live bitching that they were after her to change the timeline. So I do believe that, because I'm the one that brought it to his attention. Now, I will not lie about that. I won't.
I know,
because I said, hey, how the fuck does this work?
And when she pointed at and then that whole ordeal, and I even called Andy so many lies, and he was even afraid of
and
she just I'm shaking. That woman makes me quiver on the inside, because I know they know something. Somebody does. And like I said, if it is Donna Candace that done it, then I'm sorry. I'm wrong.
I'm not saying
they are smarter than I thought. They did elude the FBI and the cops.
I'm not saying that they did. I'm just saying that, the timeline thing was a little weird.
Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me? Oh, she is having problems. I'll send the link back out for you, hon. Yeah, that was, that was rather weird. I do question that. I do question that. So. And the reason I brought it up is because, Donald said that.
Can you hear me?
That the timeline. Yes. Can you hear us now, hon?
I suck. I know. I'm sorry.
Oh, hon.
I'm going to be popping in and out. You know what I'm saying?
Don't feel sorry.
You should have seen us when we were first doing it.
You
Oh
should
my
have seen
gosh.
Wisconsin Mom. I was knocking myself off at least 4 times a night.
Oh, I was knocking myself off. I was muting myself. I was doing all kinds of crazy stuff, right?
I
Yeah.
wish I had my notebooks out here because I've got so much. Break it down. It was just to me. It makes sense. You know. Are y'all
I'm
like? Do I
sorry,
got?
but
I got something in my nose.
You're,
you're fluttering.
yeah.
Every time you say
I'm
a
what?
word, it goes da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh my no. My bad. I probably should have done it on my tablet. This phone is jacked. I mean, it's jacked to Jesus. I promise you that.
Oh,
It's
I'm going to tell
jacked,
you,
alright.
it is. I have done YouTube on just about everything, and let me tell you something. A computer is the best. The computer is always the best to do it on. That's the
Yeah.
truth. It is so hard if you're going to be on panel. It's a lot
Yeah.
harder. It's a lot harder on a phone than it is on
I
me.
just, and I think a lot of people on YouTube took advantage of Don and Candace, and they run this case, and like you was talking about, they did because they wasn't trying to help them. They was trying to exploit them, pick their
Yeah,
words apart for just
absolutely.
clicks and views, and it's sad because Don and Candace really needed help.
They
And
did.
I'm not putting y'all down, Don and Candace, but mentally, I'm just saying they're different than than others, and they
Don
speak different. You know what I'm saying?
Don does not know how to express himself.
Yeah.
Don
And like when he was talking about,
he don't know how. He knows
yeah.
what he wants to say. He just don't know how to put it in words to say it.
And when he was
Candace,
saying like,
on the other
somebody might have
hand,
took
Candace, on
Summer
the other
and
hand, is very intimidated by
oh yeah,
people. She just Candace's problem is she really knows how the world is and how
yes,
people really are,
hmm
and she knows how she's being stared at,
yeah.
and it's destroying her, right?
It
I
is.
could
Destroying her.
I could only imagine. Like whenever I seen those videos of them being drunk and stuff, and people's like, how can they do that? How else are they going to deal with it? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
How could you not do it? It's my
I
thing.
mean, in a sense, they're in their mind, they're trying to get
I
drunk,
mean,
trust me, it hurt them. It didn't make it look good, and they do need parents. They need. I'm not going to sit here and say they don't love their
you
kids.
got two you
You know
got
what I'm
two
saying? Because I
choices
feel
when
like they
something
do
like
love their
this
kids.
happens to them.
Mhm.
You got two
They
choices.
love their kids the way they love their kids. We can't, as people,
Absolutely.
as in the subscribers, whatever who we are, we can't sit here and say what they do and don't do, how they act and how they love. We can't sit here and say Don hurt Summer. I could never say that about
Oh
anybody or
no.
their children unless there's facts. And I'm sorry
Exactly.
about his sister coming and saying that, but in my mind, I do have a problem with the timing. Why did you wait to now? Why did you wait for Summer to be gone? And if you knew all that, and if that is facts, then why didn't you do something about it to help Summer? You see what
That's
I'm
what we
saying?
talked
Like,
about.
Long before now.
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying nothing didn't happen, but that's between them.
And
That
and 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 while his sister is, or, stepsister is making
mhm,
all of these accusations, I
exactly.
would also like to know, why doesn't Mary and the sister,
Hmm.
why don't they, um Jody Sue Brown, do you want to join us?
Is she there?
Would you like to join us, Jody Sue?
Oh yeah, I just want to address whatever goofball was there that said she'd love to talk to me. And this will
Yes,
be
I
the
would,
first
honey.
time
I'm
I'm
not going to argue with you on here, though. I
able.
don't do that.
No, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm telling
No,
PG and you both that it's a crime to slander and harass and target members of the
I'm
military and
not
their
hearing
families.
you. I'm saying you're guilty. I feel it's my
My
opinion you're
son,
guilty.
nope, nope. PG, you can do something about your guest. She had
Jody
to say
Sue, Jody Sue,
what.
why don't you answer some
All
questions
right,
about the day
PG,
of the
I'm
15th?
going to make this clear to
Why
you.
don't
This
you answer some
slander,
questions about
it's
the
I'm
day
not
of
going to
the
argue with
15th?
you on
You are
here.
not the
Why
I
boss
do
on
better face to
slander.
PG's
face.
channel.
why don't you tell us where you was when when
You
you heard
are
that scream?
targeting an active
Oh,
member of
don't
the
even go there. Don't even go there.
You
Nobody's
Oh
have
targeting
no,
you.
they
targeted
have
Nobody's
yourself.
targeting you. You are
all
part
right,
of a
PG,
missing
watch this
child
when your channel
investigation.
comes down. Wait for it.
You are part
Wait
of
for it. Wait
a missing child's
watch
investigation,
it.
which
Yes.
we are
Watch
discussing,
it.
Jody Sue. And
Oh, but
instead of
you can't
you love
legally
Jody
go
Sue,
there and let your
you
parents.
love Summer. Do you
You
love
no
Summer?
longer. I'm telling you in person.
Do
This
you
is
love
the
Summer,
last.
Jody Sue? Do you
Last
Listen,
love her?
you
Okay, let
mention my
PG and her
son
talk.
or my daughter
Do
on your
you love
channel
Summer?
again,
You
or
know what? No,
myself,
you don't,
or
do you? No,
slander
you don't.
us,
Get the fuck off my panel, bitch.
Oh,
Don't even
darn
come
it. I
telling
want
me
to
I'll
say
talk
shit.
to you
one
face to
thing
face,
to
Jody
her.
Sue Brown.
I
I'm not
just
going to bitch
wanted to
battle with
say
you on here,
one
honey.
thing. I missed what
I
I'm
asked
saying,
her
the
one
one
thing. Does
thing.
she love that little girl? And that bitch can't shut her face long
Exactly.
enough to answer
I
that question.
PG.
Right?
I'm
It
not
ain't about Summer for her.
exact.
It ain't
PG.
about Summer. It's
Listen. I'm not
about,
going
I'm going to tell
to.
you, it's about
You're fine.
protecting
It's all.
her son.
Everybody take
It's
a
about
deep breath.
protecting your son, Jody Sue. Well, I'm going to tell you something, whether he's in the military or not.
I
If
don't
they
care what
find
he's
out
in.
he committed a crime against a 5-year-old child, they're going to bring him
Mhm,
out of the military and lock his ass up. Okay?
exactly.
So
And
what
that
I
is
did want
freedom
to
of
say to
speech in
I
Jody
don't
Sue
care
America.
where
And you
you're
is,
go
at.
do what you feel you fucking need to do.
Jody
what
Sue,
I
I'm not
did
going to
want to
bitch
say to
battle with you
Jody
on
Sue
here. I'll
was
talk to you face to face, honey.
Yeah,
Face to face. I'm
exactly.
not going to bitch
You know,
battle. I
she
don't
brings
bitch
her
battle.
ass up on this panel. She better be
Yeah,
willing to, you know, she better be willing to tell us how she feels about this little girl.
exactly.
She needs to be telling us, you know, exactly what went on that day. And if she
When
doesn't
was the
want to
last time
talk
you really
about the
saw
main
her?
topic, which is Summer,
no. She has to
and
come
hit the
up
main
here and
goal
tell you
of
that
bringing
you are
Summer home, then she can
targeting.
kiss PG's
I've
ass.
been dying to get her going. I'm PG. I'm not going to listen. I'm not the kind of female that bitch battles. Like if I can't,
Don't bring your
if you're
ass
not,
over here and come up
what
and
I'm,
try to tell us nothing.
yeah,
You
what
know,
I'm
this
saying
is
is,
America,
the
the
Jody Sue,
land of the
I'll talk
free,
to you.
right?
Right,
I
Jody Sue,
wanted to
I'll talk
say
to you when I can
something.
touch you. You hear me, honey? I'll talk to you when I can touch you. When we can talk face to face and have a cup of coffee, hon, that's when I'll talk to you. But I'm not going to bitch battle with you on here because I don't get down like that. But
Well,
I'm
she's not
calling
going
you
to
out.
talk to you because she has to make herself clear, very
I don't give
clear.
a damn what kind of public party she is, what she's committed to, what a part of. I'm telling you, my opinion, Jody Sue Brown. I feel like you got some skeletons in your closet. I feel like your hands are dirty, your knees are dirty, everything's dirty.
And
Something
you
ain't
know
right.
what?
Your shit don't add up. You tell lies.
If you feel she is guilty, that is your
It's my
God-given
opinion.
right. You know
That's
what?
not
This is
slander.
America. You have a right to
I'm
feel
not
any
slandering
way you
her.
want.
No,
Me
She
saying that I
nobody's
feel like she's
slandering
cannot.
her.
guilty,
She
that's
cannot
not
control
slander,
how
Jody
people
Sue.
feel.
No.
She
Jody,
can't.
That's,
You know,
Jody Sue, you need to go get your facts straight.
no one controls how
yeah,
she wants to talk
right.
about Summer, do they? Well,
But wait a
actually,
minute, PG, hold
she
on.
really don't want
She
to
used to
overly
sit
talk
there and
about
say about
Summer.
slander, but she got on there talking about this and that, putting Dawn and Kansas down, talking about Andy giving drugs. That's slander.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, she's
slander.
slandering them, making them
Being
look guilty as.
guilty is not slander.
Mhm.
What you do is
I mean,
slander. Everything that comes out your mouth is
what
slander.
she's saying about Andy, if
You
it
hear
is
me, Jody
not
Sue
true, I
Brown?
mean, she's about ready to lock
And
this
I'd
guy
give
up, right?
anything if I could come down there and have a cup of coffee with you, hon. Anything.
Well, I just want to say one thing.
Okay? You
I
got my
really
real name
missed
right
out.
there.
I
You want
really
to come up
missed
here and
out
see me?
on
Come see
telling
me.
her. I wanted to
Weak,
tell her,
weak.
hey, Jody,
No,
guess
you're the
what?
one,
Because somebody knows where that little
Sue.
girl's at.
You're the weak human
PG.
being.
Okay,
You are
everybody,
weak because
time out.
you know what? You use a little girl, a 5-year-old child. You inserted yourself in a 5-year-old child's case that you couldn't even stop for 5 seconds to say, hey, yes, I do love her. But no, because you know why you can't say it? Because you're an effing liar,
Hmm.
right? You're
I
an
just
effing
wanted
liar.
to tell her
You don't
that
love Summer at all. You don't
no.
love Summer at all, and you just showed it. And you more so showed us. You more so showed us that you are out for nothing but one thing, Jody Sue, and that is to protect your military son.
Well,
You
Jody
know,
Sue, being that you're listening, I think I'm going to contact the Wells and get them an attorney. And I think I'm going to have them file slander suits against your dumbass.
amen. Absolutely.
And you know what? In my opinion, Jody Sue,
Absolutely.
you and your son is guilty and you are covering his ass up. And I'm going to tell you another thing. He's not a child. He is a
No.
grown adult.
Absolutely. And a grown adult that was in a swimming pool with this child that came up missing a week and a half beforehand, according to, and we got it on tape recording, according to Fred Hill. Your old
And if you
man,
think you're
your
going to come
ex-old
up on
man's,
PG,
don't let me forget to say ex,
yeah,
old
X.
man's
The ex-old
cousin
man
down
that
the
left
road
your
there, right?
ass.
Fred Hill, the cousin to Andy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know, Jody, you got to learn to have a little respect for people when you come up on their panels.
And Fred
And
also felt that your son had some dirty thoughts in his mind while he was up there with the little girl, right?
PG, what was she even trying to say?
oh,
And
that we were
that ain't our word.
slandering
That's
and
Oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know the definition of slander, Jody Sue. What you do, that's what you do.
That's
I
what
have
you
an
do to the
opinion.
Wells.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth
And
closed.
Andy, she
You know,
slandered
But
Andy. She
she just
slandered
wanted to come
everybody.
up and tell us
this
that we
is
were
this is
tragedy
definitely an
camps and all this
open
bullshit.
investigation, and we
Yeah,
have
you're a
every
suspect,
right
Jody
as a
Sue.
true crime community. We have every right to be discussing all the suspects. And Jody Sue, you, Andy, your son, all of you are
Hello.
suspects according to
Hello.
Bonnie Lawson, the law
Hear ya.
in Tennessee. So we have every right to talk about any suspects that we want to. We
So,
don't care where they're
so
at.
Jody, if you think that you can be a
She
mature woman
she just
without
admitted that she
throwing a
sent her child
fit,
into the military to try to hide and keep people from talking about him.
So
hmm
we have every
How
right
crazy
to
is
talk about
that?
any suspect that we want to.
yeah.
Exactly.
We don't care where they're at.
Jody, if you think that you can be a mature
Somebody
woman
just
without
click out
somebody's
of
got
you
their
didn't click out of
YouTube
YouTube,
on.
hon.
To try to hide and keep people from talking about it.
Who's,
So we have
somebody
every
turn their
right to
YouTube
talk about
off.
any suspect that
It's
we
Jess.
want to.
Jess needs to turn
We
YouTube off.
don't care where they're at.
You got to click out of YouTube, Jess.
I just wanted to tell her something too.
Can you hear
Sorry,
me?
my internet went out.
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you click out of YouTube, hon?
I just wanted to tell JSB, kiss my ass.
You know what,
She's in
Wisconsin
the
mama?
chat. Or
Can
she
you hear me,
was.
PG?
Well, you
Yeah, I
guys
can hear
won't
you,
let me
hon.
talk, so here you go, Jody Sue. I know you're listening.
she
Kiss my
was in the
ass.
chat, right?
I can't hear you.
Don't show it to her, Wisconsin mama. She might.
Yeah.
She's in the chat saying weak. Jody Sue, people with your mentality level, tell us more about yourself than you do about anyone else. You obviously are weak. You're the weak one. You think
You
that your
are the
little
weakest
idle
link.
threats are going to keep people, from talking about someone, which is your son, that could have absolutely did something to this child. No one's saying he did, but you know what? He's a suspect. And if he's a suspect, that means he could have. And that's by law.
Everybody's a
That is
suspect.
LE
Nobody's
saying
been
it,
ruled
not us.
out.
So
I
if
don't
You
you
know.
know,
I
have
she
cannot hear
wanted
your
to
all's
come up.
if you
conversation.
have
So
a problem, you need to take it up with LE because they're the ones saying everyone's a suspect. Everyone. And your son ain't, it doesn't exclude him from being one just because he ran off after the fact and got into the military. He wasn't
Oh,
joining no
and by the
military
way,
beforehand, was he?
JSB, I have somebody in the military too. So don't come over here and throw this military bullshit.
Right.
Because I know the military rules too.
I do too.
And I'm telling you,
And
if you wanted to come
know,
over here
and I
and
also
talk,
know if they find out you committed a crime and went into the military to try to conceal it, your ass is going to prison.
yeah,
Right. I know the military.
you could have came over and talked. But you had to come over here and act like you were the queen of the channel.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No, you don't know how to talk.
You
You
know,
don't know how to talk, Jody Sue.
no,
You
she
know
doesn't
how
know.
to
She's
command and
erratic.
demand.
She's erratic and out of control all the
Yeah.
time, right?
That's her new
All the
name.
time.
Command and demand. That is you, Jody Sue. You are the monster. I can
No.
taste it. You are the monster.
Yeah. I was about to let her suck my left nut and
Yeah,
decided
I
against
was
it.
about to let her.
Right?
I was about to let her suck my right. You are a bully. You're a bully. That's all you are. You think you're right. You think you're doing everything right. You need to go take a look in the mirror, honey. Because when you look in the mirror, all you're going to do is see evil. Evil. You're an evil bitch.
Exactly, McBro. She blocked you. She blocked you. She's not blocked here.
No.
She's not blocked here because we don't do that. It's America, right? You have the freedom of speech. We didn't block her in the chat. Yeah, I kicked her ass off my panel. I
Well,
kicked her
because she
ass off
wouldn't
my
let nobody
panel because you
talk.
know what? The only people allowed on this panel, Jody Sue, is people that love Summer. People that love Summer and willing to help Summer and talk about
Yeah,
Summer. If you ain't going
everybody.
to do that, get the
Mm,
fuck up out of here,
I
right?
don't know why she
This
was
is
over here.
Summer's channel. This is Summer's channel, bitch.
Mm-mm.
Nobody else's. This channel right here belongs to Summer. This channel was made for Summer
You know what's really
and
sad,
put
PG?
together by God,
I
right?
cannot hear you
It was
guys.
put together by God for this little girl, and it is going to stay put together by God for this little girl. So you know, you
And
could,
you know, PG,
and
she couldn't even answer your question.
she can answer one little question if she loves
Nope,
this little girl or not, because you know why she don't. She don't.
she
She's
don't.
keeping that nose in all of this because obviously someone she knows is very guilty, right? Someone she knows is very damn guilty.
Yep, yep.
And the lady
So
on
you know
panel,
what? Follow us all you want.
oh, Lady R, I appreciate that, hun. I'm just, you made my day. God bless. We
Yeah,
appreciate the
and
support for the channel, hun.
coming in here, this is PG's house. This is the house of PG. We run this channel for Summer. We don't run this channel for evil witches like you. You could
Absolutely
come
not.
up here and you could have been a decent woman and
Yeah,
actually talk to
she could have
PG.
came up here and said, look,
Yeah,
look, I understand that everybody is, you know, got some kind of thing on, you know, on me and my family, and I'd like to take a second to explain, you know, why people need to quit looking at, you know, certain people in my family, this and that, you know. We're trying to help find this little girl just as much as anyone. She could have come up here and been liberal, right?
yeah, she
But
could
she
have
don't
been.
know how to be liberal. You know, all of your hate, Jody Sue, all of your anger, all of your jealousy, envy, all the ugly things in life, that all belongs to you.
Yeah,
We don't have that here. We don't have it here. And we ain't about to get it over here at all. You know, I rebuke your ass in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Get the hell out of my chat. Stay the hell away from me and stay
yeah.
away from this little girl that you so dislike, but keeping your nose in this case for what reason? At
Oh
some point it's going to
boy.
come out. If you or your family did anything to this little girl, God will bring it to light and your ass will see justice be served at some point.
And
So
do
you
not,
know, do
do,
what you feel you need to do. Nobody
do
gives a
not.
fuck. This is America.
Yeah,
Whether your boy's in the military or not, he's still a suspect because he was not in military when this little girl came up missing, and he cannot come up with where he was. He has no proof where he was during the time she came up missing as well. And we know that.
right. And so, Jody Sue, this is a fair, and you should take this serious. This is a fair warning to you. Go ahead, try to pull some bullshit off on PG, and
Don't come in.
I
It,
will
I'm
have
going to tell you,
an attorney for the Wells to be
she
suing your
she is
ass for slander.
she is absolutely banging her fucking head against a stone wall. Trust me, when she
Oh
comes
yeah.
over here to try to threaten me, because you know what? I refuse to be threatened, right?
So
I
Jessica,
refuse to be threatened.
yep.
Motherfucker, you don't know me like that. So you better step the fuck back, because I don't give a damn how hard you think you are. You ain't ever met a bitch like me. Get the fuck up out of my face, right? There you
Jess
go.
is in the back.
Suck on that for a while.
Jess is in the back chat.
Oh,
But like I said,
come on up, girl.
I
Come
will
on up.
guarantee you, I will hire an attorney for the Wells to sue your dumb ass.
Amen.
Suck on that for a while.
Darn it, I
All right,
just wish I
let's
could have got to
go.
say what I wanted to say to her.
Jess, you have to
Can you
click
hear me
out
now?
of YouTube.
Hello?
You have to click out. Did you click? Yeah, you got out
Something's
of
going
YouTube.
on.
Do you
No,
know
you're
what,
good. You're
PG?
good now. You're
You know
good.
what, PG? You know
What?
what I think I'm gonna do?
What you gonna do? Oh,
I
she clicked out of
Oh, she's
StreamYard
out
again.
again. I think that I am gonna try to contact Don Wells, and I think I will hire an attorney for him.
Hey,
hmm
there you go, girl.
So he,
Absolutely.
you know, it may help. It may help shut her down. You know, she's got
Well,
so much.
and it might help the Wells feel they have some protection to be able to come out and actually, voice their opinion about their child and possibly, get to the truth of what happened to their child.
Yep, yep,
You know,
and get this
I
this
mean,
nonsense to
I don't
stop.
like the way this woman acts so fucking guilty, right?
Right?
I mean, her own mouth is hung the
Yeah,
people in her family, like Andy, for instance. She's the one that, wanted to to talk about all these things that, over on the hill and one thing and another. No, I don't think that stuff was going on at 110 Ben Hill Road. I think it's possible that kind of trash was going on at, 125. And she
yeah,
did say she heard the scream come from inside the cabin. I mean, she slipped her tongue, right? And said that she heard the scream in the cabin. In that cabin. It's very possible that something awful went on, and now she feels she has to, cover up and hide whatever it was. And Donald found out something like that. I don't think he'd be able to take it. To be honest with
it's
you,
it,
I
it,
don't
it
think he would.
this
I
is
mean, I know most normal parents wouldn't, right?
yeah, and this with
Something would
her
have to
has
be done.
this
Something would
this
have to
has
be
got to be
done.
done. This just has to be done.
You know,
So, I will message him, and I will tell him what happened tonight, and
you're back
that
up, Jess.
I don't know about this. Can
why.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
I'm
Okay.
gonna step down though, PG. I gotta get to bed.
No, where are you going? What? Why? Where?
Well,
What?
well,
You
it's
got a
been
date?
like
I mean,
it's. I have to work tomorrow. It's
oh,
been
that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, my bad.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we
There you
all
go.
do. We
Oh,
all.
All right,
well, I'm
love
gonna
you
have to ask
guys.
y'all to go to bed. Good
All
night.
right, have a good night, everybody. I
You
love
too.
you.
All
Blessed be. PG, I'm sorry for having her come up and disrespect you or on
Oh,
any level. You know what I'm saying? Because I
girl.
mean, I made it clear I wasn't going to talk to her like that. I want to do face to face and have a cup of coffee. I'm that kind of female.
Hey,
I don't
girl.
do
No
yeah.
worry. No
Okay.
worry. No worry at all. No worry at
Yeah, I
all.
just don't want
You
nobody,
know.
causing you any problems or being what I like problems and trouble. That's my life, but not for anybody. I
To
don't
be
want it for anybody else.
perfectly honest with you, you know, Joe. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You know, she she obviously got super fucking triggered by something. I mean,
Right.
you know, you don't come running like that. You don't come running onto someone's panel like that, if they ain't hitting home, right?
Right. And she wasn't even talking anything that was,
And then you ask this woman if she loves this very little girl we are looking for, the very
exactly.
little girl we are trying to find and bring home and get justice for. And the bitch couldn't even say, she couldn't stop 5 seconds and answer
Exactly.
that question for this little girl.
And she's
Fuck
saying
you,
she's
Jody
saying don't talk
Sue.
about her son, but what about Summer? What
Yeah.
about their daughter? You know what I'm saying? So,
I don't give a flying rat's ass about her fucking son. I don't give a flying rat's ass about that sinister ass up bitch. I don't give a flying rat's ass about her freaking old man. I don't give a rat's ass about anyone that, has any connection
thing
to
is,
Jody
though,
Sue Brown at all, if you want to ask me. But I do give a damn about Summer Moon Utah Wells, the little girl that's missing and needs to be found. That's
she can't.
and
Jody
fuck
Sue can't be
everything
mad
else,
at.
right?
she can't be mad at nobody but herself because she's the one that brought it
I
all on her. Everything she has said has made the thoughts in my head, so she has to blame
I will
herself.
step on I will step on anyone's fucking feelings that I have to find out what happened to this little girl. This little girl is the
Exactly.
topic here. The goal is to
Hmm.
find her, bring her home, and get justice for her. And we will continue to push on
Exactly.
and you know,
I mean, I think about
insult
Summer every
whoever
day.
the hell we damn well
Hmm.
please. We will insult whoever we damn well please with the truth, and we will not care
I mean,
because they will
Summer,
trust
I've never
us,
even
and
met
you know,
Summer.
and the truth, if the truth insults
Mhm.
you, then
Right.
that's your damn problem,
I
not
think about
mine,
Summer
right?
every day. I think about Summer every day. There's not a day that does not go by. I don't think about that little girl, and I don't even technically know her, but she's on my mind and in my heart every day. You know, I'm not out there in the limelight on social media or whatever, but I think about her, and I just want her to come home. I want justice done, and
You know
I
what I
want the
want?
truth to be told.
I want her brothers. I
Yes.
want her brothers to not feel
Hmm.
like this is any fault of theirs at all because it
Exactly.
wasn't.
That's why I try to watch what I say on here because they're old enough they can come on here and read these comments, and that's why I don't try to, And like I said, and Jody Sue, if you was paying attention, if it is Don and Candace, then I'll claim it that I was wrong, and I'll tell you that I'm sorry you wasn't guilty. But as of right now, I feel you guilty, or something's just not right with you because I mean, go back and look at everything you said. You done it to yourself. All these feelings, the speculations I have. The reason I feel you're a prime suspect is because you made yourself that way. Your lies,
I'm
your
going to tell you
inconsistencies.
something. Jody Sue Brown could not ever light a fire under my ass because you know
Right.
what? The
Yeah, I don't
fire
do
was
that.
the fire was under my ass the day I seen the picture
Mm,
of this beautiful blonde-headed, blue-eyed little girl, knowing some sick fuck done something bad to her. That fire has been lit, and
mhm.
it ain't going to fucking go out until she's found and brought home and justice is served.
And she's not going to get me going. I mean, Jody, if it hurts your feelings, honey, it's just a feeling. Let it go away. Just remember, it's just, but that's just all I got to say to her. I'm not going to get on here and
What is
try
Summer
to,
feeling? What is Summer feeling?
exactly, exactly. I mean,
What is Summer feeling right now?
and it may
She's
be
feeling
crazy for me to
betrayed.
think about a kid that I don't even know day and night, but I think about her every day. There's not a day that does not go by. I don't think about her multiple times throughout the day. And I just,
What did Summer go through? What kind of torture did that little girl go through? You know,
mm,
Jody Sue Brown don't give a dang what that
mm-mm,
little girl felt, what that little girl went. But she'll come out here in that little girl's name and fuck 1,000 people out of everything and anything she can get for her
mhm,
Venmo, her Cash App, her
exactly.
freaking this and her that and her wish list, right?
Hmm.
She will and she will keep running that mouth, trying to suck every penny she can
I mean, did
out
she
of this
not talk
little
about how,
girl, out of this
how
little girl's case. Listen,
mhm,
bitch, if you and your family have nothing to do with it, then get the fucking hell off of YouTube
right?
and stop acting like you do. Because you don't,
Exactly.
right? And
I
then
mean, how stupid did it
no
make her
one
look
will
when she
talk
got on there
about
blaming
your
Andy?
family.
She's the one that made the accusations towards Andy, the pills, and all that nonsense. Does she not realize how that made her look? Because you're sitting here saying you knew all this. You know a child was supposedly being hurt, and you let
Yeah,
it go on. So what's that
exactly,
say even
Jen.
more about you, Jody Sue Brown?
Exactly. You know,
I
she called Summer a freaking brat, right? An
I,
irritating little effing brat is
kids
what
are
she called
awesome,
her. She called her effing brat.
right? Kids are amazing. I mean, they are. They can. They're supposed to get on our nerves. That's what they're for. I mean, they keep
Oh,
us going.
don't talk anything about my children.
Exactly.
But I will talk about how the
Exactly.
Brown's children were all pieces of crap except the middle boy. I kind of liked him a little bit, maybe a smidgen, right? A fucking
Jody
little
Sue, what do you
smidgen.
think Don's going to feel when he hears you on there talking about his sons like that? Those little boys don't deserve that. And I pray they don't ever hear that or get wind of anything that you have said negative about them. Those are innocent little boys. And she don't even think about that, but she wants.
She doesn't care how she talks about anyone,
Mm,
or slanders, and she really does slander. Right? I mean, if Andy
mhm,
really did all the things this woman tried to say he done,
mhm.
he would be behind bars by now. But
She
he
said,
is.
mm,
I
that's
mean, Jody Sue Brown, you know what slanderment is? Slanderment is when you're telling nothing but effing lies.
exactly what
Well,
she's been doing.
you
If you
know,
don't, you got to have proof to back it up before you can speak it.
that bitch better not come at me because my lawyers will personally set up a private lie detectors test for her and her son to take to prove that I'm not telling the truth. There you go. See if you pass that, bitch.
I wonder if they why they haven't investigated her. I mean, I just don't understand with everything that she has
Well, I
said.
tell you what, she comes at me and she'll be fully fucking investigated. Trust that.
She said
I
Candy
think
came down and the kids were including Summer. At
she
one
better
point,
think
the
before she
puppy
comes
fell
at my ass.
to go and retrieve it. We were talking. I told her the situation.
I'm no Don and Candace Wells. I'm fully educated, bitch. Fully educated. Like super freaking educated. You better know that.
It was just weird how she inserted herself. She tried to blame Dobbs, then she tried to blame the tree people. I mean, she just kept on just trying to narrate the whole thing to keep it off of. I felt like her and whatever. And if you don't understand that, Jody Sue, then you really need to get educated on a lot of things because you directed everything towards you.
Yeah, she better go back to school for a long freaking time.
I
All
mean,
right.
she needs to go back and listen to everything she has said, all of her lies,
She's
all
she's
the.
still she's still in the dumb slum, right? She's still in the dumb slums. You know, she's still
And
in
the
that
thing is, if that was
school.
me on there speaking like that, you would all think the same way of me. Like this chick is, she, if that was me speaking the way she does and inserting myself, people would be like, oh, she might be guilty, And I'm just saying, she needs to, you know, go back and listen to herself.
Jody Sue Brown is going to fail all kinds of things on all kinds of people. Well, I'm gonna tell you, that stuff goes both ways, right? That
Right.
goes both ways. I've got
And
plenty of footage where she's sitting over there not only playing my content
mhm,
but slandering the shit out of me, right?
that's what I didn't understand when she tried to say somebody's slandering, and that's
And
all she ever
and
does.
and the difference is not a damn thing that she's saying
Right.
about me is truth at all, but
Right.
everything I'm saying about her is right, Jody Sue Brown, because you are hiding, you are protecting, and you are for some reason um been doing so with your
Yes.
son from day one.
Exactly.
Now, why we don't know, but I'm sure that if you want to call slanderment, then you're going to have to take those lie detectors tests to prove that I'm not
Right.
speaking the truth, 100% truth against you and your boy. And,
Well, when her
and
son
when
come
you do
walking out of the
that,
woods that
then,
day,
then if you did have something to hide, it's going to
mhm,
come out. And when you don't pass that lie detectors test, you're probably going to prison. So there
right.
you go. There you go.
The day her son come out of the woods, he come out from the other end, but she claimed he was checking the mail and he was nowhere near it. It just a lot of things don't add up. And Jody Sue Brown, if you and your son are innocent, I will apologize to
The
you
one thing, the one
and your
thing I do
son.
know
But
is she's been
I can
protecting
claim it when
him
I'm wrong. I
from
can
day
claim when I'm
one.
wrong.
Her daughter mentioned that he was there when Andy was going off about Summer's dead body. You
Mm,
know, these are all her own words. How can you slander someone with their own words, right?
mm-hmm.
That ain't slanderment. That's just repeat, right?
Right. Well, I mean, if she's not, if she, the thing is, if she's not guilty, my bad. But she has really done a good job of making it look like they are involved, and that's
I'm
all.
gonna tell you what. I tell you what. Since the law came up there with Mr. Dobbs and he had a legal deed in his hand and they sent him away,
Mm,
wouldn't let him legally possess the property that he so rightfully owned.
yes.
Um, I will absolutely. I first thing I would absolutely do is call that out to my attorney, which would get the case moved to another place where I feel the law could be fair because they're not in that particular area. And then it
No,
would open
they're not.
Summerwell's case up in another district. So basically what she would be doing is opening a can of worms and handing over Summer's case to a district that will get it done, right?
Right.
So, good luck on that one.
Well,
Good
the
luck.
TBI would have took Don all their cell phones. They would have pinged all them. Somebody said that Don was at home, this, that, and the other. The thing is, they're going to ping their cell phones, and they basically law enforcement there would have known.
She has no protection from Allie because of what happened with Dobbs. And Dobbs would be a witness. He would be more than glad to witness for me. Absolutely.
What got me is Andy and Jody Sue said they went looking for Dobbs that night. Why? To plant evidence on him? Or what was they going to do? Why was they trying to find him? He wasn't there on the hill. He left.
Thing that would come up in the court of law.
Yeah.
In that district as well. The new district is the fact that they did, and this man would be there letting them know, because I would definitely have him subpoenaed, right? And he would have to tell what they done to him and what that law did to him that day. That could get a big investigation going in the whole thing, right? Jody Sue is, if they really want to save their asses, they need to get her the hell off of YouTube, because
Why they go looking for him?
She is their biggest.
I mean, that's what she said. Her and Andy
right
went
now.
riding around, whatever, looking for him.
Jody Sue
that didn't make sense.
bringing.
I would
don't
just
know
like to
who
know
all's
their
involved in all of this
whereabouts
stuff.
from the 15th, 16th, 17th on. Just like.
But Jody Sue better worry. She better be afraid because
TBI would have checked everything.
They're not going to take the risk of Jody Sue getting them.
They would have checked cell phone towers, cameras, any kind of video. And that's why I think Don and Candace ain't involved, because they would have done arrested them. They'd have done had proof of something.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. What I'm saying is, Candace's lie detector's test did come out. Her lie detector's test did come out a little, inconclusive. But hey, it is what it is. That happens, right? It happens. But it wasn't enough to get an arrest on. And lie detector tests don't hold up in, any court anyway. But if you miserably fail it, it does have law enforcement all over you until they finally put you in prison. And they will get you in prison somehow. From a guilty lie detector's test. Absolutely. Trust me, I know. Anyway, yeah, it is getting late.
Yes.
I am going to shut this live down for the night.
PG, thank you for allowing me to come up.
Hey girl, anytime. Open panel here every night. Everybody's always welcomed up. Everybody's always welcome to voice their opinion. I think it was an awesome live tonight.
I'm just sorry for any kind of disrespect.
Hey,
I didn't want nobody coming up on you like that.
God don't put your feet nowhere they ain't supposed to be, girl.
I know. I just
be here tonight for a reason, and the very reason was to watch this obviously guilty bitch run over here to try to gaslight and protect somebody that's possibly guilty as hell for all of what went down on Ben Hill Road with Summer Moon Utah Wells. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that it could be, right? It could be. I mean, it ain't looking good for Jody Sue, right? It's not looking good. And she's making it not look good for her son as well, right?
Exactly. And TBI, and then when they done their investigation, when they didn't automatically arrest either Don or Candace or whatever, like I said, they'd done the cameras, the cell phone pings. Pretty much, if they had anything on them, they would have done arrested them. And they didn't. And I feel like she inserted herself. She was right there. She had opportunity. And it's the only thing that makes sense to me. If it's not Don and Candace, then it has to be her. And like I said, if it's not her and her son, then I'm sorry. You know, I can claim it if I'm wrong, but I just feel in my heart she knows something and she is guilty.
Mm.
And if not, she made herself look
And you
very
know
guilty.
what? You know what? All of us, all of us share that thought with you. We all share
Yes,
that thought with you, and we have been sharing that thought for a long time. Why? Because
I've
of
been.
Jody Sue's own mouth. Jody
Mm-hmm.
Sue has
Exactly.
been her own worst enemy out here in this whole thing. And not only that, but you know what? I would countersue her
Mm-hmm.
for the simple fact that she has been out here running this little girl's investigation and
Yes.
leading everyone to believe a bunch of bullshit that wasn't true. And when you go out here and you lead people to feel the way they feel about you, then you are really responsible for your own demise. And therefore, I would countersue her fucking ass for I don't care what she's got. Even her dirty fucking pool would be gone, right?
Right. I think Jody Sue got her, and then she handed her off to her co-defendants. You feel me? And I really believe that with all my heart. I know she knows something, and it's the only thing that makes sense to me at the moment. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but and I'll be shocked if Don and Candace done it because they didn't arrest them. And apparently, all the cell phone pings, everything must have added up with their timeline whenever they turned it over to TBI. That I mean, if not, they would have been arrested. I promise you that they would have arrested one or the other or both. And
Absolutely.
I just feel like she really made
I
herself
think
look
that
guilty. She
I
really
think that
did.
Donald and Candace may have gotten a bad shake from the
Hmm.
beginning of all of this. You know, I really would like to give them a fair. I would love
Exactly.
to give them a fair chance. You know, a fair
I mean,
chance of
they're not perfect by no means. They've got a long way to go. But I think they just need to be worked with. I mean, I think if somebody helping her, guiding her, educating her, and I'm not you're uneducated, Candace. I'm just saying, you just had a different upbringing. Look at things.
Don and Candace don't need to really be educated. They need
They just
to,
need to be
they need to be. Don and Candace need someone to help them put
exactly.
what they want to say into words.
Yeah,
And
and
I
be
think
clear about it.
people would more understand, where they're coming from and what they're going through
Hmm.
if they had that help, and that was the help that I was always trying to give them anyhow,
Exactly.
um before all of these people got involved. And to be honest, they started looking pretty damn guilty as well, right? Because
Exactly. Yeah. And
but
some people still don't know how to express emotions.
now
You know,
that
some
I go
people
back
don't.
and I look and I over and I'm overseeing everything, I'm realizing this is the way that the YouTubers were leading them. This ain't the way
Mhm.
Don and Candace was going. This is the way they were being led.
Exactly.
They were being led to look guilty like that. And, hopefully, you know, hopefully they do come to this channel. Hopefully they do.
Mhm.
I hope that Donald and Candace do come to this channel.
I
I
do
hope
too.
that they give because I will absolutely give them the opportunity to, let people know that their innocence, let people know, they were being misled, to let people know that they was absolutely feeling trapped, their backs against the wall, they didn't know what to do,
Mm.
they were doing, you know, they were doing what they were doing because they felt, they felt entrapped and used and all of
Mhm.
these things that no human should ever feel when they're going through the grief that they were already going through. That's what
Well,
I'm
when Candace and Don both got on YouTube, and one went to one talking, and Candace went to whatever, the YouTubers honestly, and you guys know, you were misleading them, and you wasn't doing it right. You wasn't sincere about just basically finding Summer. It was about all this no nonsense and just craziness, just for clicks and views for their channel. And I hate that. I truly do.
Summer is this. I can't speak for any other channel. I could only speak for this one. And
Exactly.
this channel here is 100% for Don and Candace Wells' daughter, Summer Moon Neutral
Exactly. Oh,
Wells.
I know. I know you were a PG. You're something else. There's sometimes I think, but you do. You're about Summer, and that's why I've maintained on this channel. Every other one I've unsubscribed to, but when I seen it was just craziness. But no, you're about speaking. You got to speak facts, and I just feel that, and I will be shocked if Don and Candace, if you guys are guilty, I would feel so stupid. But if you are guilty, you better just come on out with it now. But I just feel like with everything else, with the evidence, everything, and what Jody Sue, you have done yourself. You've done it to yourself. You can get mad all you want to at me. You can cuss me all you want to. You ain't gonna hurt my feelings because I don't have none, hun. You done it. Everything, yes, everything I feel about you, you've done to yourself.
Yes.
And if I'm wrong, I will tell you I'm sorry. I'm a big enough woman to admit it when I'm wrong. I don't know if you are, but I am. But I'm not going to bitch battle with nobody on here. I would rather talk to you just one-on-one, just, have a little chit-chat.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I'm not going to admit I'm wrong because I know I'm not.
I don't think I'm wrong when it comes to her. I just feel like she had opportunity.
Anyway, former how I know Jody Sue has set up her own demise. I know that everything that's being said on any channel she has is only, people repeating what she put out here and said herself, right? Now,
Exactly.
if she calls that slander, then she slandered herself first.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes. And she said she's seen Summer June the 14th.
Therefore, to threaten people with lawsuits and stuff, and try to, and then try to pull other people through the mud that she indeed invented, right? The mudslide that she made, want to try to pull other people through it. Now that is slander.
Honestly, PG, she ain't got a ground to stand on. Jody, so you ain't got a ground to stand on.
She doesn't. She hasn't got a fucking leg to stand on.
No. And the thing is, she said she's seen Summer June the 14th at nighttime, supposedly. The first time it was, her coming out of the shower naked, needing a towel. Her other story is she said she's seen her at the creek on June the 14th. It was at nighttime with the boys and Candace down there. The puppy fell
down by the driveway. Down by the driveway on the night of the 14th.
But the driveway, because she said the puppy fell in the creek and they had to retrieve it. I had it all wrote down.
Separated herself from Summer early on and said it was definitely. Now she said Andy saw her the night before, but not her. She definitely did not see Summer anytime after seeing her coming for the tail, right?
That's what she said, but on that one recording, if you listen to her, I wrote her down, word for word. I mean, I wrote it in my notebook, but I know it's on video. But she said she saw her on the 14th down at the creek when she was down there talking with Candace. And
that was just recently. She admitted that she saw Summer down at the bottom of the hill.
Okay.
On the 14th. She didn't say that way back. She was denying it. She was separating herself for some reason. She wanted to separate herself from Summer altogether during that time she came up missing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And like I said, I mean, I may be wrong, but she just seems like the one. If it ain't Dawn and Candace, she was right there. She had opportunity. I feel like she got her, and I think she just handed her off to, whatever. But I mean, I don't know.
I'm not so sure she's the one that got her. But I'm sure that she's the one that helped cover it up if indeed someone else did. If indeed someone else did. I'm not saying that anybody did anything. I'm just saying that, my thought, and I am more than welcome to my thoughts. This is America. I have, we have freedom of speech here.
Exactly.
And I can feel any damn way I want, and I can voice that. And, my opinion is someone she's trying to cover up for very tightly.
Exactly.
Possibly did something. And of course she, that's why she's wanting everybody, don't even go in that area, right? Don't go into truthful space.
And like I said, she done it to herself. She done everything I feel.
Herself by the way she came out here and thought that she was, so, she thought she was so intelligent and
I don't know what she thought. So she wasn't thinking apparently, because I mean, come on.
She thought, that she was able to,
I get she said none of it makes sense. That's what blows my mind.
She thought that she was going to be able to put all of this, together and and over on everybody.
But did she not think people would not put all of her
Two
stuff
and two
together and
together
realize?
and figure it
Yeah,
all out, and see how much, the one thing she couldn't hide, is what she was trying to hide, right?
right.
Because everybody took note of that shit right from the bat.
I mean, I've been on her since it happened. You know what I'm saying? And that's just been my feelings. And like I said, I mean, I don't think it's Don and Candace. I could be wrong, and I'm willing to admit my wrongs and say my sorries to whoever I need to. But as far as slander, Jody, get your words together, because I ain't slandered you, honey. I'm just telling you, I think you're guilty, and I think you're
um
cut. That's not slander. What you do is slander, you know. And
the
PG,
last
I just, you
time
know, I'm so sorry. I just feel bad because she come up on there trying to just whatever.
the last time I checked, this is America.
It's
And if,
America.
and if you think someone's a bitch, then you're allowed to say that, right?
I am a bitch. I have that right to be one.
And if you think someone's a, a super big asshole, you get the right to say that as well.
Exactly.
And not only can you voice it, you can voice it right in their face, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Then nothing no one can do. You have that right. And just like you, Jody Sue, when law enforcement comes to your door every time you make crazy off the wall accusations that people's calling
Hmm.
FBI and law enforcement about, and you say, well, there's no law against lying,
Oh,
right? And I'm not lying to law enforcement. I'm lying to a bunch of YouTubers. So kiss my ass and get the hell out of here. That's what you say to them. I talked to TBI personally about you, Jody Sue, and you know, and you tell them that there's no law against lying. That you could say whatever you want on your YouTube to people, and you're breaking no laws. So they have nothing. So you know what? And there you go. There you go. You know, you feel that's your prerogative. Well, maybe they want to sue you for slanderment because you've been doing nothing but lying to them, telling them a
exactly.
bunch of lies, and taking their money, and to be able to use them up. And I personally, I think that that's worse than slanderment. That's worse than
Yeah.
slanderment because at that point you're also putting your hands in these people's pockets and taking things that they really don't have to be giving you anyway, right?
Right.
Because their money.
I couldn't imagine taking from anybody. I just couldn't do that to anybody. Unless I mean, I'm the kind of person that likes to give. You know, even when I ain't got it, we'll get it. You know, I'll help anybody I can, and that's what people. She don't understand.
Right.
She
And,
come up
and
here coming
that's
sideways, speaking. Does
that's
she not
exactly
realize? It just blows my mind. She don't realize the things she has been saying on here. And
no.
what hurts my heart the most is when she talked about them little boys.
Hmm.
Really, Jody Sue? Come on. And you're saying I'm slandering you and your son?
Right. And and not only that, but
You said yourself you're guilty. The things that you have said has put guilty on your big ass forehead, girl. You
mhm,
are
there
guilty
you
of
go.
whatever. And if I'm wrong, my bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
She stamped it right on
I don't
her
know what to
own ass.
do. I'm
And
not going to send
people,
you nothing on PayPal,
she
so
stamped it right
can't help
on.
you on that.
She
But
stamped it right on her own
I
ass, and
just
if
feel
people are
like
kicking it,
if it's not Don
it's
and
their
Candace who
problem.
was right there at that driveway, who had the opportunity, and who had a shady motive, and who would do anything for her man to keep him, because she was getting ready to get put off that hill, and you know it, Jody. He was getting ready to leave you, and you were trying to find a way to stay, and you thought if you could win that land over or whatever, and your plan almost worked because that hill did get cleared. Everybody was gone. Don's gone. Candace was gone. The boys was gone. But it still all backfired on you, and you still got put off there, and you still didn't get Andy.
And they're back.
And I feel like
They're
it's just
back.
so sad that that little girl's being lost, and nobody's caring about her. Like, it blows my mind. You're a mother. Nobody is caring about that baby girl to bring her home. And no matter the situation, just to put her to rest. Give this family closure.
Right. Exactly. And I don't know, but Andy lied. He said
But
that.
I thank you, PG, for letting me come up. And I'm sorry. This is my famous first, and I jacked it up.
Oh no, no, girl, you did great. You did great. No, do not have no regrets. Do not. At the end of the night, if I can, if I can
You all have a good night.
if I could justify it with God, I'm good. I do not apologize. I do not apologize for how I feel. I will not apologize for how I feel. Absolutely not. Because that's my God given right to feel however I damn well please, right? And I will feel however I damn well please. I am not going to apologize any way, form, or how. The person that needs to apologize is the worthless piece of trash that came up on our panel tonight, on Summer's panel, and didn't even want to say that she cared about that little girl. Comes up on this panel, think of me, worry about me, me and mine. But not one thing about the whole reason we're here. I said, do you love Summer? She couldn't even say yes. Fuck you, Jody Sue. You do not care about this little girl, and I will do everything I can to stop you from making another dime off that little girl's back. Anyone that donates to Jody Sue Brown, for anybody that goes over there in her channel, if you give her a click, like, or view, remember, you're letting Summer down. No one but Summer. You're letting that little girl down. You're allowing this woman, you're allowing her to make money off of a little girl's back that she couldn't even stop 1 second and address she does care about. Think about that. Think about that. The next time you want to click in on Jody Sue, please think about that. That's what I got to say. I can't tell anyone what to do, but I know she will not get another click from me. I will not ever view her again. Under no circumstances. I don't need to. I don't need to after tonight. I know where she stands, and she's only out to protect herself. And why? If they didn't do anything, why do they need protection? Think about that. They didn't do anything, have anything to do with what happened to this little girl. Why do they need protection? You don't. You don't. If you had nothing to do with any of it, you wouldn't care what is being said. You wouldn't care because you know it's all bullshit. Right? Say what you want to say. It don't bother me because there's not an ounce of truth to it. Things start bothering people when there is truth. Right? That's how life works. She feels a need and has always felt the need to protect her son. And when she felt she couldn't protect him, she put him in the military thinking that's going to protect him. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, if indeed you attack a child of 5 years old or had anything to do with a child of 5 years old coming up missing, and you run to the military to hide, they will put your ass in prison. Just because he ran to the military did not cover, it does not exclude the fact that he is still a suspect. He's a suspect because he doesn't even have any way of proving where he was at the time Summer came up missing, other than this mother who is fighting like hell to protect him now, right? I'm not saying he is guilty. I'm not saying he isn't. We don't know. And that's why they call him a suspect. No matter where the hell he is on the face of this fucking earth. That's what Ronnie Lawson said. They're all suspects, right? Everybody's a suspect. That doesn't change because you gone into the service. That don't change. You're still a suspect no matter where the hell you are. Especially if you were anywhere in the vicinity of where this little girl came up missing, which he was, and cannot anyway prove that you didn't do it. You're a suspect. Right? There you go. There you go. And Jody Sue doesn't help any of her family at all by acting the way she does and saying the crazy shit she does. Matter of fact, like I said, with all she said about Andy so far, he should be in prison. That man should be locked away. Right? And indeed, if everything she's saying is a lie about Andy, then she is the one slandering the shit out of people. And the very one that should, paying the cost for doing such a thing to someone's, reputation. Andy has a reputation, right? He has a reputation when he goes to fill out for employment. And if I was working somewhere, if I was the boss someplace and listening to what Jody Sue is saying about this man, I would not hire him. Absolutely not. I would not hire him. Because, companies have family picnics and everything, and people bring their children and stuff, and I definitely wouldn't want him around. No children. You right? So she is hindering this man's life. She indeed, has put accusations against the Wells. She's hindering their lives. She has made accusations about Benny, me, and a whole lot of other creators, right? She slandered all of us. She calls us, what's that word she calls them all? She calls them something. But does anybody know the word she calls them all? I know she calls all the creators. I don't know. Anyway, I've heard the other creators say it. And yeah, tragedy. Exactly. That's exactly what she calls them, right? And that ain't slanderment. That's not slanderment. I know that's slanderment where I'm concerned. I know it definitely is slanderment where I'm concerned, because you know what? All I've ever done is try to look out for the best interests of these children, trying to keep their faces in the spotlight, right? I mean, we definitely are not. None of us here is her filthy name she wants to call YouTubers. Absolutely not. I know I'm not. And she should be allowed to slander other people, and that is slanderment right there. Especially when she's the one that has Cash App, Venmo, some other thing as well. Ain't sure what it is, but she's got some other kind of cash thing as well. I think she's got like 3 of them. And then she wants to call other people names. And she has mods that are people in her chat, right? Saying things like, if you want to support Jody Sue, and then all of her stuff pops up, right? All of her different ways. PayPal. There you go. PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. You're right. I appreciate that. Butterfly kisses. Amen. Exactly. I mean, she'll only have it, but she's begging for people to donate to it, right? Oh shit. People like her, man. My God. You don't need no enemies with people like Jody Sue running around, right? You don't need no enemies. You got plenty right there. All them freaking haters. You know, Jody Sue, your problem is obviously for some reason you've always hated yourself. You've always hated. Maybe you didn't think you were, you know, maybe you beat yourself down, right? Maybe you felt that you could never be at the top of anything, and you looked up too much. Instead, you worked too hard on putting other people down instead of working on yourself to be a better human in this life. That's your problem. That's your problem. I don't have that problem. Right? I don't have that problem. Sad that you do. But you take all that hate, that envy, that jealousy, all that ugliness inside of yourself and get the hell out of here, because none of us want it or we need it. We don't do that. Absolutely not. Only thing you're going to find here is love, kindness, caring, all the good things that come from heaven above, right? All the blessings. That's what we find here. People say PG cusses. Well, that goes to show you, they used to say all, uneducated people cuss. Well, surprise, surprise. Educated people can cuss too, right? Educated people can cuss. Boy, that's a shocker. Right? That's a shocker. Oh, PG says well, Christians can cuss too, right? Christians can cuss as well. You could do whatever you want to do in this life. When you mess up, it's when you let people start controlling who and what you are, how you think, how you feel. That's when you mess up. So, the lesson for tonight is, if you got any of that hate, any of that jealousy, any of that filth, that ugly, that special kind of fucking ugly at all, creeping around, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Tell it to hit the fucking road. You don't need that shit in your life. Nobody needs that shit in their life. What you need in your life is love, kindness, caring. It starts inside of each one of us, and it spreads, and it's beautiful. You're only going to get back what you put out. Remember that. Jody Sue come over here and put out a bunch of ugliness. What did she get back? She got a big boot in the ass, right? She got a big boot in the fucking ass. That's what she got. That ugliness don't pay off, man. Let me tell you. Stick with God. Stick with God, people. Stick with God. Get your house in order. Stick with God. You got God, you got everything. You don't need nothing else. I'd be the first one to tell you. All right. Everybody, I'm on my way out of here. I'm going to play Summer's song. I already see the support for Summer going up. God bless. And little Quentin, too. Let's keep that support going up until little Quentin gets justice that that little guy deserved. God bless everybody. Good night. Keep those prayers going up for Summer. Keep those prayers going up for one another. And I didn't see my sweet Norway in here tonight. Please keep prayers going up for her. I love that woman. God bless. Good night, everybody.